Hello everyone, I hope you are waiting for this video and I am back with the complete version of CSS and will end learning CSS by this video and you'll be completing your personal stylish website by this video. So let's start our topic and let me give you a brief introduction of the topic we are going to cover. First, let's take a brief introduction of Sean's website and then take the topics what he used for his website, and even let's learn that topics and then build that topics in our website, and then let's complete our personal website where we can show off to our friends or anyone and then publish it in GitHub with a secured way and in a secured manner. Let's get started. Here I am at the Sean's website. So first let's take a brief introduction of Sean's website and then let's continue and learn the topics what we require to complete our stylish website. So first, as we saw in our website, even we created a favicon, and coming to the first picture and the background color and the font he used and the paragraph he kept and the pictures and all font he used, the color of the button and everything we'll be learning in this topic and video, and we'll cover everything by this video. First, let me show you what we'll learn. So let's say when you observe this website carefully, just ignore all that about work and notes. First, let's scroll down and you can see a division and a border over here between his I am Sean, a backend developer, and his mountain picture, and there's a division between his interaction with his picture. So this is the first thing we'll observe, and the second thing, and this is also first thing we'll observe, that the background color of his website and the paragraph he kept in the exact center of the website. And as I told you in the previous video, this is not a font he used. Actually, there's an image he used. If this was a font, we can just select that, but unfortunately there's an image, so we can select that like this. Okay, so I gave you the confirmation, and the picture he used for the cloud, this is also not an image. I think there's a transition he used or borrowed from another website, or he just created it with the background he used. I think the background included the clouds. The picture he used for mountains is really a picture imported or created. We don't know that clearly. First, we are seeing the background color, then the font color, and the picture of the mountains, in the bottom and the center. And next, we'll observe that he just kept a circular image in the center and greeting us with a hi, and then saying about himself and saying about what can he do. And he also kept an animations over here. We won't be doing all this because that's also a part of responsive behavior of the websites. We learn that in next videos or upcoming videos. And here he's saying that I can help you, and then I'm currently available for freelance work. Actually, there is a copy of Sean's website. Let me show you his 2020 latest website. So here it is. Just search for Sean Halpin's website. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, this is his latest website he created, and you can see the eye rotating of the location of the cursor. It's relative to that, you can see there. And next, he kept contact, about, and work, and it's a drop down for us. It's great, right? Oh my god. And next, he kept a division with a 3D effect of this, and if we hover on that, the image will also hover. You can see the shadow of the image clearly also. And then he kept a phone picture, I think it's his team. And next, he also kept a form or like wireframing of a web, I don't know. And the next, if we scroll down, web app browser, and next plugins of Figma. This is the latest 2020 website, and I occasionally take on freelance opportunities. I think he's busy. And he also created more like contact. It's a live chat, I think. And next, I think it's a bot. Yeah, it's a Sean bot. And next, he kept about him. It's image that is rotated with 90 degrees. And I'm Sean, a productive designer working remotely for Help Scott on the mobile products in sunny Dublin, Ireland. He created his latest website beautifully, but if you see all of my videos, even you can create a similar website to this. Hang on and watch entire video. And if we'll observe the next thing in his website, if you scroll down, and you can see the division between the first container, second container, and the bottom container. We can see three divisions over here. And if we also just highlight that and inspect that, actually I'm using Microsoft Edge, but it even uses developer tools to show us everything. First, let's select this a programmer over here, a backend developer, right? He kept backend developer. Let's search for backend developer. Okay, it's not coming over here. Okay, I was searching for that. Yeah, if you see over here, the position, the margin, the border, the padding, and the size is clearly mentioned over here in CSS Box Styles. And he also used some of the bootstraps. We can even see what is the process of his coding. He even erased and typed again. He did many things to design this website, as we can see over here. And it's an exact copy of Sean Halpin's website, which is in the previous versions, but this is the latest version of Sean Halpin's. So we observed everything from Sean Halpin's website. Let's first jump to our website and then create on that. Here I am at our website. We've started coding. So there's a little bit of changes I did. So first I completed creating the Favicon in the previous video. But coming to here, I just changed the font size of H1 by targeting that. And you can also see the font aligning is of center. And if we scroll down, if we try to scroll down also, our website won't scroll down because it's just occupying the maximum space it can, and it is not having any containers or the divisions like Sean did. So first let's take a brief overview of our code, what we did, so that you won't miss me anywhere. So let's start taking an overview of our code. And first let's see all we've typed over here and the links we've given over here to our fonts and everything. So please don't copy all that links on my screen because that won't work for you. It will generate a separate link for you for the fonts you want. Just go to Google Fonts and then okay, I'll just show you the process. If you missed the previous video, just go to Google Fonts. Type Google Fonts and click the first result you will get, and then just select the language you want. Suppose I want Ubuntu for my paragraph, and let's select Ubuntu and then add this style whatever you want, like light or light italic, regular italic, medium and italic in that, bold and bold italic. You can select anything, just select the style. And after selecting this style, if you are on laptop, I'm sure if you are on laptop, just go to embed so that it will give you the link for CSS rules to specify and the importing link to import your font to your website. So I did that and then imported the font to my website by just giving the link over here. You can see the link where it is. Yeah, here it is. It will just automatically provide you the link. Just place your cursor over here, and before copying the link, just go over here and copy the entire part of that, and then go over here and then paste it. That's it. Don't just type anything like link or anything. Okay. And for the favicon, we've just given the relation icon from style sheet, and this is the styles.css link where I've given from my personal folder. And in the styles.css we first created the body, and you must be wondering how my font came into the center. So for that we've just gave the text align equal to center, so the alignment of the text will be in the center. And the next thing, horizontal row, we've just imported from that previous website we've created and developed some things on that. And next, the heading, I've just given the color and then mentioned the font size so that it will just increase the font size or decrease it. Let me just show you that. So let's keep that font size to 100. Save that file so that you'll just get rid of that blue mark over there. Head to your Chrome browser, refresh your page, and the font size will be upgraded to 100 pixels. And if you go back to your code and then I want 59 pixel size, just save that, go to your website, refresh that, and you'll get 59 pixel of your H1 font. And next I wanted to show you about the Sacramento font I've used for H1 and then Ubuntu font I've used for paragraph. And that's it. I've just given a brief overview of our code from the previous module we've created. And next let's head to some conceptual understanding and then come back to our website and then apply something there and create and finish our website today and here. Okay, to get started with, what are we learning? Intermediate CSS, right? So first let's learn about intermediate CSS and then learn the parts we are going to cover in intermediate CSS. So as I told you, now we will be covering the conceptual understanding. Let me give a brief introduction of intermediate CSS. In the introduction to CSS part, we've just learned how to style a website. I mean, that's just an introduction for you, just to give you a basic understanding of CSS, where we will use it and why we will use it. And first, to get started with, I just wanted to remind you one thing. From the next module, I mean from the next video, I'll be conducting some quizzes through Microsoft Forms. It's a very secure and very professional also. The style of the Microsoft Forms is awesome, and you'll be getting all the difficult questions over there. So if you get 10 by 10 in that, just consider yourself as a advanced programmer in CSS, because the questions will be so difficult. If you watch my entire video, you can just piece a cake the question and then pass out with 10 by 10. It's just like a piece of cake. And now first let's start with intermediate CSS. In the intermediate CSS, we'll be learning about spaces, background color, font size, divisions, pictures, inserting pictures in a specified manner, positions of that and everything. Let's divide the intermediate CSS into three parts first. So the first part will be a beginner. You can see the bookworms in our class or our friends, they'll be just reading 24/7, but they won't be getting out of marks in their exams or whatever it may be, because they'll be just looking at the book and then butifying it. They won't be getting anything. If you just read half an hour for for giving a subject with 100% concentration, that's enough. And next, let's see the second part of that, and the warm-up. We just need the warm-up for exam or coding or an interview or anything. We just need warm-up or practice for that. And then the final part, that is advanced stage. After getting all of this, you'll be just super cool and just chilling out there with completion of learning all of the subjects or topics or anything. So we've divided intermediate CSS into three parts, and now let's get started. First, let's learn with divisions, and then let's get started with the pictures, padding, and etc. First, you know what is a division? Just dividing two things with a boundary or anything. There's not a boundary always in between two things, but even then we'll be having the divisions between two things, right? So like enemies, they won't be having any boundaries between them, but they are divided with the name of enemies. First, let's see an example of that. Let's take a boy and then let's take a girl. So we have a division between a boy and girl with a gender, right? So, and also I have to remind you that gender discrimination is bad. Yes. And next, in the coding, dividing is nothing but just dividing your website into 2 pages, 3 pages, or 4 pages, or something like that, like you do in the Word document, where if there is no enough space in the first page, then it will automatically redirect you to the second page. So imagine that this is a first page of your document or your website. So to divide that and just to put another background in the bottom of that, you'll just use a division tag and then divide your website into 2 parts with 2 different background colors or anything. So it's like a divider in between of a road. And then let's go to the next topic, the box model. So before getting into the box model, first let's get into the Chrome browser and then learn what is a pesticide over there and how our websites will be styled like with basic CSS or the default CSS that the browser will use to give the best results to us. First, let's learn about the box CSS that is used in developer tools in Chrome or Firefox or Microsoft Edge or Safari, anything. First, let's learn that and then come back, okay? So now let's see the default CSS box styles that is used by our Chrome browser. So I'm using a Chrome browser here. In here, you can use anything. So first let's highlight what we want to see and then inspect on that. And if you just scroll down and see the box CSS over here, so the margin of that is 39.530 centimeters and the border of that is none, I mean 0, and the padding of that is also 0, and the dimensions of the font we've used is 1520 into 86.4. So this gives us all the box type model and all of the borders it is taking and all that. First let's edit this and then check that if it is true or false. So let's say margin equal to 0 and then enter that. So now you can see there's no margin, there's only a margin in the bottom. Let's delete that also. Let's just keep it to 0 and then click enter. So the margin on the top and the border have just disappeared and the margin is set to 0 over here. You can see if you hover on the margin, you can see the margin value and the margin space taking in our website. This is the H1, okay, there's the CSS, right? Margin top, margin bottom. The code we've applied here will be also written in here with blue kind of font they'll use. And the next one, there's a division, right? Front end developer is also one more thing. This is also using a margin, and let's delete that also and make it into one single box. So let's click that, and here we'll get all that also. So in this, let's say margin equal to 0 on the top, and then in the bottom, let's say the margin is also 0. See, margin is nothing but the space between two fonts or anything. So the browser will give that in a default way. You just have to edit that over here. So now you can see the front end developer is having no margin, and the Manikanta with H1 font is also having no margin with that. So that's awesome. And then the padding over here is also none. Everything is none over here. So just you have implemented everything over here. Then just let's say why waste, and then let's copy all this code and then paste it in our website. Oh, it's not coming to copy, right? I think it's like kind of picture. Okay, no problem. Let's implement that also in our code, VS Code. Let's head to our VS Code first. Let's go to CSS, and in the H1 we said margin top. Yeah, it will just give you the automatic one, and margin top equal to 0. just mention pixels over here for the clear understanding purpose, and then margin bottom also we've edited over there. Margin bottom, that will be also 0 pixels itself. So now if you implement this code in our website, so it's a permanent one we are implementing there. So now let's inspect that, and then let's see the margin. So the brown one gives you margin and the blue one gives you the space it is occupying in a horizontal way, not in a vertical one. So this is space it is occupying and it has no margin. If we check over here, no border and no padding also. Let's do that same with the front end developer because it is having margin. Before we edited something, but it's just temporary as you and I know. Now let's say the front end developer margin is of 16. Let's keep it to 10 and then test that also. So it's like paragraph, right? Like targeting the paragraph also targets your another paragraph used in your website. To say that clearly, let's go to Sean's Halpin website. Let's say there's a paragraph in here. So if Sean have targeted that and then kept this margin over here to 0, not only this but the external paragraph where he used also also follows that. See, this is also a paragraph, I think so. The code what he have given to the paragraph in the top, also the paragraph which is situated in the bottom follows that the same code, because we're just targeting the paragraph. We did not give a class to it. So let's give a class to that and then let's target that. So the class is nothing but, let me not say that because the curiosity in you is not that much. Please visit my previous video and then learn about the classes and IDs over there. I don't know that you have curiosity on my videos or not. That's why I said you don't have curiosity, or you have, I don't know. First let's keep a class to that paragraph. So click enter and then the paragraph class will be heading para. It's better that if we don't give the capitalization for alphabets, because that will be more confusing if you target that. Now just save that and then go to styles.css. Just target that with using a full stop. We've kept heading para, right? Para, heading para. Okay. Yeah, it's a heading para. We've targeted that successfully. Now let's save that and then go to our browser. Let's refresh that. Yeah, none have changed and everything looks good, but the font is not that. We did not target that clearly. 1 second. Save that. Nope, that did not target clearly. 1 second. Let me just give you. Yeah. Save that. Let's copy this class. And now save this file, and now let's see our browser. The font style need to be of Ubuntu. Yes, we've got it. We've targeted the paragraph successfully, giving it the class heading para. And now let's remove the borders. I mean, not removing, just editing them to the 10 size. So now let's say margin top. Margin top will be of 10 pixels. And margin bottom will be also of 10 pixels. Margin bottom will be also of 10 pixels. Yeah. Now let's go to our website and then refresh that. And if you just inspect that, the margin of that paragraph just went to 10, and now let's delete that the space of developer tools, and then let's check that it's great, it's looking great now. The space between all that has been deleted successfully, but I need some gap over here so that it just gives me something over there. Now let's say margin top of my heading will be like 5 pixels. Let's give it at least some space. It not only affects the top one. Okay, let me show you that by pictures. Now just refresh that. Okay, so it just gave the 5 pixels border. Now let's inspect that and just check that, because I'm not sure that it gave that. Yeah, it gave the margin of 5. No problem, that's just a minor change. No problem, we did it. Now let's first learn about the margins, the borders, and everything in the box coding, the box style, the box representation, or anything you can call that. So I will call it as box CSS, the box style CSS, where you can see that representation over here in the Chrome developer tools. Let's learn about that and then develop it on our website. Here we are, the box model CSS type. First, let me bring upon my presentation slide over here, and then now let's take a picture or our website in a Lilliput way. Yeah, here we are. So imagine that, let me take a pen. Yeah, imagine that this is our website and this square is our website. Okay, that square is our website. Let me erase that. Okay, 1 second. Okay, please forgive me that. Yeah, so this is our website. Now let's learn something of height, width, border, padding, and margin. First, let's learn about the height one. So let's say we've kept a height of 300 pixels, and there's a height of 300 pixels over here and a width of 300 pixels over here. So this is a major minor one. You won't be learning anything over here. If we move to the next one, the next slide. So in here, what I'm going to do is just increase the height of this square picture, I mean our website. So let's do that. I'll just remove my highlight over here, and then just let's increase the height to 400 pixels, a minor change. The height has been increased successfully. And now let's learn about the width of that also. Not before going to the width, if we push the website background, the website this one, the bottom container, I mean the bottom one also need to go down, right? So yeah, it went down successfully. I mean we've completed of height. So also we've pushed automatically bottom container down. And next, let's say I should also change the width of that. So let me change the width to 400 pixels. I mean 400 is a huge one, but we've just kept our website in a Lilliput way. So that now let's increase our width also. Yeah, it just increased width to 400 pixels. Width will be, I'll just bring up the pen over here. So width will be increased on this side and on this side also. So that is width. So this one, the length of the top one will be the width of what we are giving the code. Let me just, yeah. And if we push like that, the container over here, I mean like over here, there'll be some a container over here in another websites. We won't be having anything in our website, but there'll be container over here in another websites, right? So what happens to that container if we just increase our width of the normal one? So if we do that, the container also pushes itself automatically by the browser or by code we gave. Okay, don't worry of that. Let's move to the next one. So now what I'll do is let me just bring up the code. What I'll do, the code will be of giving the width of 100%. I told you the width will be given in this way and in this way, but also it can be given in this way, in this direction, in this direction, and in this direction also. Let's implement that now. So I gave width equal to 100%. So yeah, the entire web page has been increased by the width with 100%. That's awesome. And now let's move to border. So the border is important one. 1 second. Yeah. Now let's move to the border one. So let me just put upon the code I wanted to explain you. So I want to just keep the border solid. So the border, what is meant by border? If you just take my presentation slide, the border of this will be this black line over here, but that isn't executed four sides, but whereas it comes in our website, it will be just executed to four sides of that. So in to say in that, the border will be like this, and like this, like this. This is the border. If we implement that, let me erase that to show you. Yeah, the border solid. So just write border solid to just give some border to your website or your picture, anything. Now let's move to the next one. So now my code is to just increase the border size. Increasing the border size increases all the four sides over here, and over here, and also over here. So now let's implement that in our website also. The border size has been successfully increased in our website, and as well as in our code has been successfully written. And the next one, in the next model, we'll be learning about the padding. So let me just give you a brief overview of padding. Let me just take a screen over here. Imagine there's a screen. So this is your website, and you have a picture over here, and you just want to bring your picture over here. Okay, so you just want to bring your picture from here to here. What will you do first? So first you'll move it to here by giving some padding, and then you'll move it downwards so that you'll get your image over here. So in the physics we've learned, the distance of this is the total distance, and this shortcut will be the displacement. In the coding we have to follow the distance because we can't give it in this direction directly. Now let's bring up on my code what it is. Okay, I'm sorry, I've just confused. No problem, no problem. We've just took a brief introduction of padding. Actually this slide is here to explain you about circle code. Circle code is also very easy. I hope you got a brief introduction of padding. So now what circle code does is, so you have to mention everything like border of top, border of left, and border of right, and border of bottom. Mentioning all of that will be difficult for you because writing 4 lines of code will take a lot of time in professional websites, but we won't be requiring that in our code because I have a simpler way for that. Not only me, everyone will implement that. So the circle code gives you where's my circle? I mean cursor. Yeah, the circle code gives you a code that goes in a circular way, like in a clockwise direction. So 0 pixels will be of the top one, and the 20 pixels will be of here. The 10 pixels will be over here. The 20 pixels will be over here, and the 30 pixels will be over here. So that it just goes in a circle in a clockwise direction. Let's implement that and test that. It's successfully implemented. Just I'll remove the annotations over here. you will be thinking that's awkward. Who will keep this type of borders in their website? Some people will just change the color of this border to gradient and then keep their pic over here, so that it will be like kind of shadow coming from that picture. So they'll be using this one to just keep the shadow or anything. So let's take an interview of that also. I mean overview. First we've given 0 pixels on the top, so there is no border on the top. Done. And then the 10 pixels on the right side, so there is a border of 10 pixels on the right. Done. And the 20 pixels in the bottom. 20 pixels in the bottom is done, and the 30 pixels is also done on the left side. So we've completed circle code also. You can implement this in anything, not only border, in padding and margin and anything. Now let's move to padding. I think the next one will be padding. Yeah, the next is padding. Imagine that this is your picture and you've written something in the picture. Okay, you've written something in this, and now you want to increase the size of that background or size of that picture. Let's say you've written I am, and then you are not having any space to write your name over here. So what will you do? You'll just increase the size of that picture or your background color, anything. So you'll increase it in 4 size by giving just a command of padding. Now let's implement that. Let me just bring the code upon here. So the padding I will give is just 10 pixels. That's enough for me. So the border will increase, and then simultaneously the background color or the picture also will increase, and then you'll be having some space to write your name over here. So if I start I am, and from here again, so I'll be having some space to write my code, my name over here. So that is meant by padding. And padding is nothing but not only giving the space inside, you can just move from one picture from here to here. Okay, now let's move to the next one, the margin. The margin one is also very important. So first let's bring upon the code. So they want us to implement margin equal to 5 pixels. So how will margin equal to 5 pixels implement in our website? So let's take a brief overview of that also. So margin is nothing but the gap in the 4 sides of a picture of or a font. So to give you a pictorial representation, this is meant my margin. So the space occupied over here will be of 5 pixels, and the space over here will be called as a margin. So if you write a font over here, it won't go inside because there's a margin over here, or a boundary. You can call it as a boundary. You can even imagine your class notes. You'll be writing your serial number over here and then write something over here, and this will be the place of heading. So in your classwork you'll be implementing this, I hope, and the date will be over here. And I think this is the end of all the conceptual understandings we've learned. Now let's go to our code and then go to our Google browser, implement that, or just develop that. Okay, so if we come back to our code and then take another brief overview of that. Now let's go to our browser. Okay, 1 second, let me just copy the path and paste over there. So here I am with our website. Now let's see some interesting examples over here, and now let's create some divisions over here so that we can implement them successfully. For the next upcoming upcoming clips over here, you will see and then implement in that also. So if we try to scroll down, there will be nothing over here because there are no type of divisions we've given in our code. So there are no divisions. Now let's give a division over here, like division, And then not division is not the only thing we have to do. Yeah, close the division over here. So we'll be giving so many divisions over the page on the code. So to make them unique from each other, let's use a class command, and then let's say this is a top container. You can just mention any name because I am having 3 containers in my website. So I'm just mentioning it as a top container. So 1 second, I'll just remove all the capitalizations I've kept over here so that I'll be having no confusion when implementing that in CSS. So copy that and then go to your CSS file. Okay, before coming here, let's save that. And now go to your CSS. Just insert a full stop, the full stop before targeting the class. Now target the class, apply the flower brackets, and then click enter. And now implement your CSS code over here. Now let's say the top container, right? We got the background color of that also. 1 second. So the background color we've given over here goes to all of our website. They don't differ from one container to other container. So now what I'll do is I'll just copy the background color of that, copy that, and then delete that, and then paste that over here. So now let's save that file, and now go to our website, refresh. Yeah, you can see over here the margin over here is like little bit of different from the previous version. So to remove that, we've learned the conceptual understanding in the previous clips or all that. Now let's inspect that. The top container over here is having some margin. Now let's go to the box of CSS. Removing the margin is must and should. Save that. Margin top equal to 0, but that doesn't give us a hole over here. Let's do that hole also. So if we inspect correctly over here, so first let's inspect h1. So it's taking no borders, and let's inspect paragraph. So we've kept a border, margin of 10. Even h1 is containing no margins, but also we are getting some margin over here, and over here. Why so? So for that, if we hover of all the tags we've got over here, and head and the body, yeah, we've got that. So the body over here containing 8 pixels of margin on the first side. So if we hover on that, you can see that clearly. Now the problem is solved. So now let's use the circle code for that. Let's go to body, and now let's say margin. Just click margin, and now 0 pixel comma 0 pixel comma 0 pixel comma 0 pixel. So this is a circular code. I know you know the circular code. So now let's go to our website, refresh that. Okay, that's not working. Let's remove that developer tools. 1 second, let's inspect that again. I think we've made a mistake somewhere. Margin top of that need to be deleted, right? Enter. The margin top has successfully deleted, and the margin over here, we should delete that also. And now click enter. Side one also deleted successfully, and then this one, click enter. Yep, that one also gone. Hovering that. H1 is also having some margin over here. Let's delete that also. Click enter. It's gone to the top. And now okay, that's using no, we just made a mistake using commas in between the code, right? So that was our mistake. No problem. Let's do that also. 0 1. Let's test that. So yeah, that worked successfully, but we used in our code commas over here, so that didn't work. 1 second, let me delete all that commas. So that was our mistake. Save that file, refresh that. Yeah, we also forgot to give that margin or margin top on the h1. Let's make that to 0 pixels. And now save that. Let's go to our Chrome browser. Yeah, we've successfully done that. And let me also remind you one thing. So the margin, the division we'll be giving over here, the division will be only displayed if there is a content in it. So if there wasn't anything in that, so it won't even show you a background color, or it won't show you anything. It will be just a blank white page. So the division only pops out when you give some content in that. So I have a content like money content, a front end developer, so it just ends exactly at the front end developer. So inserting all that images clouds over here brings us to the bottom, and then we will be having something to scroll up. So now we are missing two things over here, the bottom, I mean the middle container and the bottom container as well. So let's create some middle container and the bottom container over here, and then implement them again and again. Okay, so first let's create that two divisions. Let's go to our index.html. So the next thing I'm going to implement over here, that is class the middle container. And now in here let's use another division tag, and now this if will be of bottom container. Okay, the class is not mentioned over here. 1 second. Okay, yeah, the class is there. Now let's select that bottom container. The divisions are successfully created, but the thing over here, let's say the background the background color will be mentioned over here, right? First let's save that, and now let's head to our browser, refresh. So it's a blank white page under the front end developer. Now let's go to that styles.css. First let's target that middle container, copy, and in the top content, in below of top container, let's paste that middle container. So start with a full stop to target that class, and now background color will be of red. Just type red. For simpler colors you can just type their names, primary colors. And now let's also say the width of that. So the width will be of 200 pixels, I think, and I'm sure that width is enough. We haven't typed anything over there. Length, okay, I think that's no. Okay, no problem. Length is no problem. No problem. Let's type something in bottom middle containers like hi. Saving that. We also should save that styles.css. And now we are getting that hi over here. So the width is not successfully created over there. 200 pixels the width was. Now let's try changing that width over here. First let's remove that borders over here. Let's inspect that. Okay, the middle container is over here, right? Hi. Let's inspect that high first. Inspecting the high will give us the border it's taking over here. Next, okay, the next will be just doing all that the boxes over here, and then the margin will be over here. The top container doesn't have any margin. The middle container having some margin over there. Let's delete that also. And then after that, let's create another container over here, and then let's continue coding with that. Okay. So now let's learn about CSS Display Property. In the previous sections, we've learned about the box models, the diagrams and all those, the borders, the margins, the style of the borders and everything. I hope we didn't have a problem in doing that. And also, if you have any problem in the previous sections, please let me know in the comment section. I hope there was no problem at all. Now let's start with CSS Display Property. This is a very important section. So in here we'll be using blocks, inline block and everything. I'll tell you about that. But this is the main section in our website, inserting the pictures. So here we are. So this is the cloud picture we are going to insert, and this is the wireframe of that. Wireframe is nothing but a blueprint. Like this our website will be. And the next one I want to say that is, yeah, here will be our name, Manikanta, and this is the subheading of that. Like this, this is the wireframe exactly. I can say you. The position of clouds also will be like that and like that. Don't worry, I'll teach you everything all about that. And next, let's learn more about the CSS display property. Yeah. So in here, in the display property, we'll be having 4 sections to learn. Let's see those 4 sections clearly, and then let's start. So the first section will be block, and the next section will be inline, and the next section will be inline block, and the next one is none. First, let's learn about block and inline block and none. Here we are learning about the display property, but to apply it in CSS, we need a separate code. Like if you take a paragraph section, if you target a paragraph section, you'll just use the curly braces for that, like over here and over here, opening and ending. But you'll write some code over here. For even display, we need a code over here to write and mention that and mention this for. So for that, we will use CSS property, that is display. So just write display over here, and then the semicolon, and then you can write block, inline block or none. Okay. So in here, if we see our website, it's none. I know we are having a high over here with a red color box over here before, but I've just removed the high. First, let me say about the block, inline block, and none for that, and then let's move ahead to designing this website. So first, let me select that and then inspect that again. So if we see in the Chrome developer tools, we can absolutely say this the another, I mean, this is another alternative for pesticide. Using pesticide for websites show you all that the blue and the brown lines in a I mean that rectangular box in a website that helps you in learning all the block. So if you see that front end developer, that is a block. So the block head definition can be defined like the block takes the entire width of the web page, so it doesn't allow any other element to enter that particular block, if we say. So the front end developer is having a blue block with brown margin over there. So if we target that and then go to the margin is 10 pixels top and bottom, the border is none and the padding is none, and the dimensions of front end developer is 1536 into 19.2. So here we can even see the dimensions with Chrome developer tools. They are very useful. So now let's say we I mean, we are going to develop a similar website to Sean Halpin's, right? So first, let's look around Sean Halpin's website. So he is a famous website developer, as you know. So if we see here, he did not mention, and like the whole web page is of same color, but we are going to change our colors from one division to another division. Let's say, let's go to about and check if he did change something over here, but he did not. Okay, let me just go to my Microsoft Edge. I have a shortcut for that. So yeah, if we see the Sean Halpin's website, there's a division clearly mentioned over here. So as I showed you the similar mountain, but the clouds are different. I don't know where the hell did he get that cloud, but no problem. We'll get that similarly. And the next one, you can see the division over here. So for that, even we need our division in our website, right? So let me remove that Chrome Developer Tools. So after the line of this color, we need a division over here and then over here for the top container. I mean, this is the top container. We need a bottom container and a middle container. Okay. So first, let's head to Visual Studio Code. So if we take a brief look around here, I just removed the high over here in the middle container, and the bottom container will just look around that again. So in the styles.css, you mentioned a background color of red, and there's a division of a middle container, right? So, but there is no red color in our website. What to do? So for that, the division only works if you just give the dimensions or mention anything like hello world, hi, or anything like that. I hope you got that. So for that, let me say. So in here, if we see, we've got Manikanta and a cloud and a mountain over here. But let's say for the block one, I told it just takes up the entire width on our website. So for example, this Manikanta is a block. Okay. So that this section is a block. And next we are going to inline block and everything or none and everything there. So first, you need to get a brief overview of block. So this is an example of block. If you turn on pesticide on your website, then the overview of that pesticide will be like that. But if you notice about the images clearly, they just only take the size they have. For the mountain, it just takes up over here. I did not mention that clearly, sorry for that. But it just takes up only over here, and the size what it does have, that size only it does takes up on the website. So for that also we have some definitions and all those. So even we segregated sections for that for easier purpose, and let's learn about that also. So if you see the common block elements I have mentioned over here, let me take about a pen over here. So if you see the common block elements for these sections, we mean the Chrome developer tools. If we see over there, if we see in the Chrome developer tools, the websites will be having a default sections. Everything will be having a default ones, right? So the common ones of default block elements are the paragraphs, the header, the divisions, list and list items, and forms. So if you just type a p tag over there and just write there something, the website automatically takes it's a block. It doesn't ask you for a code, it doesn't ask you for a permission or anything. It just takes like that by default, we'll say. So these are the common sections where unknowingly we'll be creating a block like paragraphs, headers, divisions, list and list items, and forms. So you know what is head, right? So it just takes up the entire width of the web page. Okay, so these are the common block elements, and I hope we've got a clarity on block. Now next we are going to inline and inline block, and next let's go to none. None is very simple, and you'll just confuse of inline and inline block, but don't worry, I'll just make that crystal clear for you so that you'll understand it clearly, and it also makes you a better thinking in making websites. And it is also very useful for positioning and using padding for css and images you wanted to place, right? Okay, so next let's head to inline, and then inline block, and then none. Before we learned about the block topic and everything, we've completed the common elements in the block topic and everything. But now, before going into the next inline block and none topics, before I wanted to cover about the uh, inserting the images to our website, and then let's make the crystal clear of that division and adding two more divisions over here. So next, first let's make two boxes. I have mentioned background color of red for middle container, but it's not showing anything. As you know, it won't show anything because there need to be some content in that. First, let's add some width of 200 pixels, and then let's add a height of 200 pixels so that it will be a square. Let's save that and let's head to our website. Yeah, as you can see here, you are getting a space between the first container, the first top container and the next middle container. So to correct that, first let's inspect the front end developer, because there is nothing to do with this red block. As we know, the default css will be there, but as this is a division with just a background color red, it won't be having any border such kind of. But when we check out the front end developer, we just kept a border of 10 pixels for top and bottom, as you can see over here. So that's bothering us. To erase that, let's head to our code again. Here we want the front end developer one. Where is it? Okay, I think it must be a paragraph tag. So in the paragraph tag, where is it? Yeah, it is in paragraph front end developer. I'm unable to find that. Okay, 1 second. Let's remove the top container heading para. Is that heading para? Yes, it is heading para. I think, yeah, it is heading para. Margin bottom we have to remove. Backspace. Control S. Now refresh the page. Still it is showing the same, right? Wait. Okay, it's taking the default CSS, as we know, the bottom border is 16. Let's go back to our code. Let's undo that and then let's keep it to 0 pixels. Now let's refresh the page again. Yeah. Now the top container and the middle container is having no gap, and the border top is the border top is 10 pixels, the border bottom is 0 pixels. So we'll do the same and create a one more box over here for the bottom container. The bottom container is having a background color of blue, but it is not in a square. I hope we shouldn't do that step again because it's just a division. Yes, I'm correct. Now there is no gap between anything. We are crystal clear with that. So now let's start inserting the images to our website. So the first image we are going to add is a cloud and then a mountain, a different mountain, and similar to Sean's Hallpin website. First, in the top container, let's head here, and in here let's add our image. Type image tag. You know about the image tag. So for the source, I'll just go to my file explorer, and here the cloud's PNG is there. I'll just copy the path, paste it over here. Okay, 1 second. And the alt will be cloud1. And I'll do the same in here. Image tag. I'll just copy the same path. but the alt of this will be cloud 2, so that I did not copy the above one. It's cloud 2, and now the image of this is the mountain, right? The mountain image we want. So I just kept the name as land. Let's copy this path, and now let's paste the path over here. It's taking the again. And the alt of that will be land. Yeah, land. Now save that, hit to your website, refresh it. Oh man, the width of clouds are too much, and the land is absolutely fine. It's correctly at the bottom, and it's also in the center. That's amazing. Actually, the cloud need to come over here, but okay, let's first fix the width of the cloud. That's too large. Too large to our website. So first let's go to styles.css, and I think we did not give a class to our cloud, I mean the image one. Let's say cloud, sorry, the class tag, and here let's say cloud1. Save that, and the same over here. One more thing I want to mention over here, just take the reference of the indentation between image and source. You can see over here the indentation between image and source is same, and the blinking is happening in between that. So there when you type class it will come automatically, but when you don't give the indentation, I mean the space bar, it won't work class. You have to type it manually and give a space again. So this will be cloud 2. And now let's see. Now see, if you start typing class it won't show you anything, so that's why give a space and then hit the back arrow button. Now type class, it will give you automatically. Now the class of this is land. Let's save that. In here let's target those. So since it is a class, so we have to write the prefix with a full stop. After the prefix we have to add the class tag, that is cloud1. Yeah, I hope everything is correct. Cloud1 itself, right? Yeah, it's cloud1. And for the cloud1 I am going to give the width is of, I hope 100 pixels is enough. One second. Yeah, it's saved. It did not target that properly. One second, it did not save properly. One second. I hope it's inline or block or something that it's not changing, right? Yeah, it changed successfully, but the alignment of that is in center, so that's why even our mountain is in center. Let's remove that alignment first. Backspace. Yeah, it took some time to change, but no problem. Yeah, now I've removed the alignment and everything is to the margin. And now we have to change the second cloud over here, and it will come right over here. So for the second cloud to change, this follow the same steps. It's cloud 2, right? Just mention the prefix, copy paste the class for 0 confusion levels. So in here let's copy the width as it is, 100 pixels. I hope 100 pixels is more than enough for our cloud size. Let's save that again. Yeah, and the wireframe of the website is as it is, as I hope. The clouds and the land are amazing, and it's so different from other websites. Even we can't find that type of clouds in Sean Halpin's website. That's a rare image and you can get it anywhere. But I found it in another website similar to Sean Halpin website. But the same website is copied. But he brought the clouds from somewhere. I don't know who he is, but I know he brought some. Uh, he bought the clouds from somewhere. But that's okay. I'll share the clouds and the images and the code in GitHub repository. I did not share the first part, web development part, the repository in the GitHub, because you'll be developing the code step by step and easier. That's why I did not share. But the thing is, here we've completed everything. So if we take a look at the wireframe over here, the clouds and images are inserted successfully. If you want to insert anything in the second, I mean the middle container, you can insert anything, and the bottom container is also ready to prepare. And the one thing we want about here is that only the top container need to occupy the space over here. I mean the entire page, the first page need to be of top container, and when we start scrolling down, this the middle container need to appear and the bottom container should be at the bottom, so that if you scroll down to the bottom, then you will see the bottom container. So until that, we'll be editing our website. And first thing we have to remember is that the alignment of the cloud over here, and over here, if we inspect that correctly, I'm sorry that I don't have pesticide because it's not working on my browser, or I don't know what's the problem, because it's always on in the extension page, but it's not working even if I turned on the settings. Like, it is even allowed to read my files, and even I kept the settings switched on everything, and then I've worked 1,000 times, but it's not working. So that I'll just present the animation slides for you. Don't worry. And then we have to inspect this image and then experiment over that. So the first image over here, the land image is targeted over here. It's the dimension is 800 into 300 pixels. So in here, it doesn't have a margin, it doesn't have a border, it doesn't have a padding yet. But we will be giving the padding and margin and border. I don't think so. And the cloud over here, if we see them properly, look at them properly. We gave the first image tag top of the H1. If you head back to the code and then look at it, the first image tag is mentioned above the H1 tag. So as it is over here, it is there. See? And the next cloud is immediately mentioned after the paragraph tag, the heading para tag, right? See, you can see the code over here, and the land is exactly mentioned after the cloud too, but it is in the same line. To understand the concept very clearly, I have mentioned 3 slides, 3 to 4 slides. Actually, the 4th slide is out of your syllabus, but we'll be covering it. The 4th slide is very special. You will be getting that concepts rarely in my videos, but oftenly you'll be seeing them, no problem. We have to understand the concepts of the clouds alignment and the Manikanta front-end developer alignment in our website to get a crystal clear clarity of what is going on in our website, because everything will be having a default CSS styles in Chrome browser or any browser. That's the problem over here. And you can change the default CSS anywhere, but you can code that. As you saw in the front-end developer, we've just changed, we've just removed the border bottom, but it just automatically took 16 pixels at the bottom. So that was not good anyway, because that was giving a gap between the red box and the top container. But that's okay. I hope I'm not extending too long. Let's go to some animations and then let's learn the remaining 3 concepts clearly. But before going into the 3 concepts, you have to be clear with the first concept, that is block. So block does take the entire width of the page, like over here. I'm using Chrome Developer Tools to explain you. It does take up the entire width of the page, and it doesn't allow any element in its own path. It blocks the element, so that's why it's named as block. Okay, now let's head to inline block and none. So if you take a look at my first animation, none have changed, but the topic is going to be new. You are going to just confuse between inline and inline block, but that's why I just kept the animations for separate sites for separate topics. So now first, according to our order, this display property is inline. Let me make something clear for you. So in here just I wrote display inline. You have to mention this display inline property in your CSS code, in your VS Code editor or whatever you use. So this is the format to insert a display property into your CSS style. Actually the Chrome developer tools or the website you've created will be having a default display, but you can edit it using the format display semicolon and you can mention the four of them: block, inline block and none. So the first one is inline. So as you can see, the scrolling is happening over here. Want to include something inside the block, then try it on inline. So inline does include something inside your block. Want to have a look? 1 second. So if I target hell out of hello, like using a span, I think you don't know about span. Okay, if you know, no problem. Using a span, if I target hell, if you don't know span, I'll be just showing you around the next slides over there. If I target hell in the hello world using span in the paragraph tag, actually hello world is a paragraph. So if I target hell out of using span, now actually the hello world is a block. The paragraph is a common block element. So I'm targeting hell using span out of hello world. Now it will be having a different space, a different block inside a block. So if you have a confusion over here, let me make that clear. So if you are building a row over here, so the next row, I mean the top of that row or the bottom of that row is empty, but you can't include anything in this row and you can't even push it to the extent because it is at the extent. You can't even push it, but you can break that and just insert something in there. So I just did that. I did not break it, but I have just mentioned, highlighted the hell out of hello world using a span. I hope we've covered span, no problem. I think we did not cover that. Using a span, we can just target any separate word in a paragraph or a letter in a paragraph, and then I've just underlined the hell. Okay, you can underline with a specific tag. You can search that tag in your MDN developer docs. It's so easy to search. Just search underline tag HTML MDN developer docs. So just underline hell, and if you turn on the page size in your website, it will be just similar to this. So the inline just provides, I mean, just inserts the letter or word inside your block, either over here or over here, anywhere inside the block. So if you want to include something inside your block, then just try out inline and then insert something in your block. So that doesn't, that doesn't disturb a block, or that does the other element doesn't get disturbed by block. So inline is very useful when you are trying to insert something into a block. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, I did not cover span element. Let me cover it over here. To target a specific word in the paragraph, we use span. And the span, we can mention, we know about classes and IDs. I hope you know. If you don't, please refer the previous video. And as you know, the front end developer is a paragraph tag. And if you just take a span and just mention the class and how to write a span code. We are dealing with animation, so just let me complete the whole concept by looking at animation. Just write the span class over here once again. So after writing the span and mentioning its class, just write, I mean, this is a paragraph tag, right? So you have to write this element over here and then end it over here, right? By writing this one and this one, span. That's it. So front is perfectly targeted by using span. Okay, so just mention the class over here. Either style it over here by underlining it, or you can just style it in your external CSS. Okay, let me just bring up some more animations if I have. Yeah, if you turn on your page side, then you'll just see the front highlighted over there out of your front end developer. And now the common inline elements, see, you have a common block element. Similarly, you will be having a common inline element. Spans, as I told you, images is one more thing, and the anchors. So if you speak about images, there are two things to remember over here. They can act as inline block or inline. So I'm not saying that it is making a double role, but if you just see the default CSS in that, it will be using an inline tag. So you can just write a paragraph and then insert an image over here and then continue it. Can you do it? I hope you can do it. And when you are dealing with inline block, let me make that clear for you. If you see the image tag over here, if you remember the image tag over here, we had a cloud over here and a mountain over here, right? So if by understanding this concept, we can just say that is a inline block, because see, the inline block concept works like that. But as you think of the conceptual understanding, it's inline element. One thing is clear: the images are inline. You can edit it by just by inserting the display tag in your external CSS or in your internal CSS. Write the display tag and the semicolon over here and then mention anything over there. Okay, and then the anchor tags, those are absolutely inline, because you'll be having an anchor tag in between your paragraphs. If you just click on that, it will just take over you to the another website or redirect you to the another website. And the next one, is of inline block. So I hope you've confused somewhat in the previous one when we are considering the images one. Don't worry, it will be clear over here. So inline block is nothing but if you just decrease the block size to 100 pixel, then your block the block color, the block will be reduced to 100 pixels, but the space taking it in the website will not reduce, because that's a block. So you can just write a word after a block, right? I mean, see, before I told you, if you had a block over here in your website, think this is your website, and if you had a block in your website, you can write something over here and over here, but you can write it in between. I told you in the previous concept. But as you are developing, the even concepts will develop, right? So if you use this concept, once again, so if you use this concept, imagine this is your website on your phone or your tab. So you have a block over here, but you aren't having space. You are not having some certain space to write something after the block, but you wanted to write something after the block very particularly. So what I'll suggest you is using inline block display property. So it just breaks your block, or you can just reduce its size by using the width of the block. If you reduce the size, even though you can't mention anything over here, just reduce the size of the block so that you'll be getting a clarity what you're doing there. Reduce the size or else don't do it. Just mention display, that is inline block, and then write something over here that's a block, and you can write something after the block over here. So you can just include two blocks in a line. That's what it's saying. The title means two blocks in a line. Two blocks in a line. Remember that. Let me erase that annotations and then move on next. So yeah, two blocks in a line, right? And then the next one is of want to hide something on your web page. Then there's the best one, that is displays none. So if you mention display none your CSS code, then magic appears in your website. Like boom, your hello world gets out of your website. But let me make that clear for you. Let me bring back hello world and just remove the none tag over here. So if you were having something over here like I am, and you then use hello world, the display none for the hello world itself. Okay, display none for the hello world itself, it just disappears. After the disappearing, it just it goes off your website. It just leaves your home. If you think in an imaginary way, it just leaves your home, but the soul of the hello world will be there in your website, but you can't just see that, or it won't be occupying any space. So whatever elements you are having here will definitely come over here, so that there won't be any space for the hello world. It will just disappear by taking 0 pixel space. For the quiz type of questions, you can use that, or else you can use one more thing for your quiz questions also. Let me bring up that for you. So in the previous modules, we've talked about the display property, right? But there is the new tag to mention in your CSS, that is visibility. So many types of visibilities are there. We can just refer them using MD and developer docs. So one of the visibility is hidden. So if I write visibility hidden in my CSS code, see visibility hidden, right? So after writing visibility hidden, will I just the code which is there over here, will it just copy the code of display none? Because display, visibility, both are synonyms. None or hidden, both are synonyms, but they doesn't even share the same meaning. But in aspect of code, they share the similar meaning, not the congruent meaning. Now if I target a word in over here, not I world, I'm sorry, one second. So if I target world in over there, including the exclamatory mark using span, and now the visibility of that world is gone. But when you wonder about here, the flow doesn't get broken. The flow over here doesn't get broken, and it even occupies some space. It's just like using invisibility cloth, like in Harry Potter movies, right? He will be occupying some space, but he'll be in a hidden state. Okay, none is different from hidden, but they just share 5% similar meaning. And the next one, if we want to talk about, that is the display property is completed and hidden properties are even completed. The next one, if we want to talk about, that is the code, and then we have to make the positions correct in our website so that it look different, and the styling, like in Sean's website, we have to copy the style from the Sean's website, and then we have to implement that in our website. So these are the basic building blocks for your the positioning in your website, positioning the clouds and the mountains. So that's over here. The animations are completed. So I've covered four. Excluding one, it's three. But the visibility hidden, this is out of syllabus topic. But I've covered it. It's clear, I hope. Next, let's move on to the next topics. So moving on to the next concepts, these are very interesting concepts. I'm literally saying that these are very important and very interesting also. From now on, 15 minutes to 20 minutes we'll be handling with animations only. So I know it will be super fun because animations are the easiest way to remember something or anything. Okay, let's get started. First, I am going to say you some important rules and some important major tips you can remember and you should remember to build your website. See, first we took the building blocks for your construction. Let's say construction of your website is equal to constructing a building. Imagine you're constructing a building. Then first you have to learn the alignment of bricks. So in the previous concepts and lectures, we've learned about the construction of blocks, how to keep a block in between a block and how to form a line and what is a block and what is an inline block, what is inline and what is none. There's no row in that according to the construction of buildings, that is equal to according to construction of our website. So if you compare like that, before we've learned about the alignment of bricks in a house, in a construction of a house, we've just learned the alignment of a brick, how to keep and where to keep. But the second one, where to keep, the positioning and all those, we need some tips, right? See, the engineers or anyone, they will take a blueprint and we'll take a wireframe. Wireframe is nothing but a blueprint of a website. We just need a random blueprint of a website, right? So here I am with the blue screen. I am giving you a major basic and superb tricks to just implement them in your websites, and then you can make a really great website with these tips. So let's get started with the tips and rules. So first thing you have to remember is the content is everything. So why content is everything? Imagine you are writing an exam and what they'll only ask you to write the exam, the answers for the given questions. They won't ask you to arrange the questions in a order or paste your pictures or get something from that, get something. No, they'll only ask you the content. So even your website will be having some content. Until now, we did not keep any content in our website. We did not even try to implement to write some content in our website compared to the previous lecture we did for the basic HTML website. I think we've just kept some content in it, like writing a table in that, and all those were related to content. But now, as we are doing a stylish website, the website we are doing is filled with lot of content. It means that website will look ugly and pale without content. So if we won't give the content in our website, that's really waste of doing a website. And you can also imagine, like, if you have a small kids related websites, they won't be having any content. They will be having a line, like, if you take an example of a rhyme, if you go to a website considering a rhyme like Johnny Johnny, and they'll be only having a heading of Johnny Johnny, and then the video will be playing over there like an ad. So, but we are not small kids, right? We need content in our websites. So if we take our website, content is not only thing like writing paragraphs and paragraphs related to web development. The content is nothing but the pictures, the animations, the positioning you gave, and how many divisions you are considering there, and what is the alignment, what is the positioning, and what are your fonts used, the fonts colors, the paddings, the borders, the margin. Everything is related to content in our web development, right? So this is the first rule you have to remember. The content is major and it has to be included in websites to just make it more beautiful and wonderful. The next rule I wanted to say you is about order comes from code. So in the previous lectures, while we are arranging the bricks to our construction, I just told you how to insert a word in between a block, right? In between a brick. So what did I tell you? So if you take Manikanta and a front-end developer, let me take a pen for you. So if you take this front-end developer, the pic is too small. I'm so sorry because the frame is not that big. So if you take the front-end developer and you only have to target the end word, right? To just insert a brick in between a block, you are just considering end. And what you are doing in that? You just underlining that or you are doing something. But if you write the front-end developer dividing it into three parts, like front is one, end is one, and developer is one, the order will be front over here, end over here, and developer over here. Like it's a three blocks arrangement. Like front will be over like this, and block will be over like this, and developer will be over like this. I know you're not getting anything, so let me write something in over here. Front is here, end is here, developer is here. So three will be taking three different blocks with three different margins, top and bottom, left and right. So not only considering, I mean, first let's exclude what we've talked now, because with the paragraphs you won't get that clarity. But if you take the clouds and all that, the paragraph, again the clouds, again the mountain thing. See, if you compare with the code we have written in Visual Studio, let me take the pen again. See, if you compare the code we have done in Visual Studio, look the image carefully. Please keep your video at 720 pixels or 1080 pixels. And now you can see there the image class is of cloud1 and the source we've given from our file explorer. First the image was there, and that's the order, and the order is number 1. And next, let me erase that. And if you see carefully again, the next one is Manikanta. Okay, the next one is Manikanta, and we have Manikanta as our heading over here. And the next one, the heading para, that is front end developer. We have the front end developer over here. So this is number 2, and this is number 3. And the next one you take a look, we have again a cloud, that is number 2 in an alt or class. So here in the order, if you go in a flow, you will be writing it as a 4th one, right? So here is the cloud, if you can see that. And again, if you take the mountain over here, so it is a way of constructing the row. The browser will take the default CSS, whatever it have, the inline or inline block. We can't say that clearly, even I don't know. The mountain came over here by the default CSS. I know the default CSS mentioned over there, that is the inline CSS is mentioned over there. Okay, because the cloud, whatever it is not a block. See, the block takes the entire page, right? But inline only takes the space whatever it have. So we can now say the image is clearly a inline, not an inline block. Okay, so this is the order we've took for our website. But if what I'm trying to say is the order if in your website comes from your code, but the I'm trying to say something that, see, your code decides your website, but your website does not decide your code. If you write first a cloud, the website doesn't go random way. Like it doesn't paste your cloud in the bottom, it just pastes it in the top. So you can't say that website decides your order. No, the code decides your order. That is the main thing to involve. Because see, if you go into a deeper website, this is the major rule you have to look after, because you will be having a lot of divisions and lot of images inserted and lot of ads being run and lot of paragraphs, lot of animations will be there, but the order whichever you are using that comes from the code. Website doesn't know the order, or doesn't it won't follow anything that comes from like a magic thing. It will be having some default css. Just understand the default css and go through it, and then refer your website once again. Ask some questions, like a difficult questions, like why did not the image of cloud came after the manikanta section, and why does the front end developer even came after the manikanta row, and why did the cloud came before the mountains one. Why are they arranged like this, and why are they arranged like that? See, that are the questions you will be asking. So for that sake only I am saying the order for you clearly. Let's answer all the questions. The first question I have asked is about the why did not the cloud came after the row in manikanta, right? If you consider manikanta as a inline, then the cloud may come over here. But what did I say you? Manikanta is a h1 tag. So if we are considering it as a h1 tag, we can see over here h1 is manikanta. So I've told you some basic, common block elements. In that the h1 to h6 tags are included. So by that you can say the entire row which is there in the horizontal axis, in the x-axis of manikanta, the top and the bottom, it doesn't allow any other element to fit in it. So Manikanta only takes that row. No cloud is allowed or no front end developer is allowed. Even though if we consider the front end developer, the cloud will not come into the row of front end developer, because even the front end developer is so thin, but it even includes some space for that. So the cloud will not come. And next thing we are asking about is, why does mountain even come after cloud? It can even come down to the cloud, right? See, if you are taking a cloud over here, let me draw some random cloud over here, okay? So this is the cloud. I said the cloud is of inline element. So inline element only take the space whatever it have. Whatever it is sufficient. So it is having a lot of space over here, and it even requires, let's say 50%, not 50%. Yeah, 50%. 40, let's say 40. So the mountain requires 40% of the page. So lot of, even let's say 90% of space is there in our website after including cloud. So the mountain can even take 40% from that 90%. So there will be no waste. So that's why the mountain came after the cloud. Hope your doubts are cleared. And if you got those doubts whichever I told you, you did not hear, I'm sorry to say this, you did not see the previous clips correctly, because everything is covered in there. Please watch them again and again for the crystal clear clarity, okay? I hope we are done with the order comes from the code. And next thing, even this is so complex, but if you understand, it's very easy. Now if you take the next one, children sit on parents, it doesn't mean that the small children sit on parents. No, it's just a like kind of phrasal verb to explain you something in different words. So if you create a division over here, starting block and ending block, the division appears in your website. I am not considering the color, the height and the width. Please just say if you type division, the browser gives us the default division, okay, in our imagination. I am considering like that. And next, the division is created successfully on our website. Let me show you where is our website. So let's say this is our website. This block is our website, and this block which are displays in an animation way, this is our code play. The code space we are giving over here, okay? And next, we've created a division successfully. Now, whether to ask this question or not, see the elements which are there in our website, does it just disappear or just goes deep into the division or just appears above the division? It obviously chooses the second option for us. It appears above the division. I hope you've got a clarity. So if you insert an image with the different source and different alt text, it automatically come and sit on its parent. So division is here considered as a parent, and the images, the elements whichever are there, those are considered as its children. Children is a plural form, but we have a singular word over here. One second, let me even insert a h1 tag over here, hello world. So now it's children, a plural form, right? So even the children by default, they go sit on their parents. They doesn't sit under their parents. Even the division tags over here goes to the back, and the elements which are there comes to the front to give us a better output. And the next thing, let's say we have another image tag, that is mountain tag over here. That's it. So children sit on parents. Every time we create a division, nothing goes into it. Everything will be displayed. If it doesn't display it clearly, please check through your code 1 second or just debug it. I'll be creating a new video on debugging your HTML code also. Don't worry, that's very, very simple. So that's it for your 3 important major rules. I hope those are very, very important, because you will be thinking like these are not that important. Why this fellow is saying this always? But please don't think like that. In your future times, these may help for you. And next, so moving to the next one, we are here in position. So and before we've learned 3 important major rules about the website designing. So next let's learn about their positions. So in each and every website, positioning of elements and designing them is very, very important. So let's see the 4 attributes which contains in position. So let's move the position ahead and bring those 4 attributes over here. So the attributes are in a line, in a order. So first you can see the static. So the static attribute is the default one which by default comes in your website when you are just coding it. So if you'll mention a property like CSS property, that is position in your CSS file, internal, external, whatever it is. So if you mention the position there and excluding statistic attribute, just you have more 3, relative, absolute and fixed one. So you can mention those 3 and change your position of the element in your website. So that's very, very important to remember when you are changing the coordinates of the element, or you are designing a better version of your previous ones. So we are going with two of our options. So let's learn more about this by first we know about the statistic one. But if you come to the relative, absolute and fixed one, we don't know anything about that. But if you see the 3 attributes and the 4th attribute that is fixed, you can just understand it by the word itself. So fixed is nothing but the position is fixed for that. You can change again if you mention a fixed position for that. So even there will be some default ones for that one also. We don't know, but we'll discover it. So first let's go to relative, because anyway the default one we are getting is static. So we don't want to learn about that. So let's go to relative now. Before going to relative, we have to learn about the coordinates. So how to set the coordinates? You are setting the position, okay, well and good. But you also have to set the coordinates like left 50 pixels, right 10 pixels, bottom, above. You are seeing the margins and the box styles in the websites, right? So like I told you previously, I told you about the box models and different types of models by the same animation slides, right? So here you can apply those. I hope you remember those. If you don't remember, please just rewind the video and just see all of that. So if moving on to the next one. So here we are at the coordinates. So now what we'll do is we'll just learn about coordinates one. So here we won't be applying any pure maths, but only values will be applied here, okay? So in even attributes are 4 in coordinates, top, bottom, left, right. Those are not that complex to think of. So the CSS property will be like that. So after mentioning the position of your element, you have to just mention the top, the bottom, the left and right, and it will also show the coordinates you've mentioned in the CSS box model in the developer tools of Google Chrome. And you can also see developer tools in Microsoft Edge also, but I don't know if you can see that in Safari. So I hope you know about top, bottom, left and right, because that's so simple. Anyone can know that. So moving on to the next one. Now let's learn about relative position. Relative is not that complex to learn. So if you bring upon the definition of relative, so an element with position relative is position relative to its normal position. So once let me take pen and explain to you. So if you take a block over here, so now the block, let's say the block is at 0 pixels right, 0 pixels top, 0 pixels left and okay, 0 pixels right, left, top and bottom. Okay. So if you are considering is like that, so if you just give the position as relative, I mean it just relatively changes your position from rest, I mean from static to whatever the values you are giving top, right, bottom and left properties of a relatively positioned element will cause it to be adjusted away from its normal position. So other content will not be adjusted to fit in any gap left by the element. I'll just explain that clearly to you. Moving ahead, let's bring upon some code over here. So if I say CSS property, the position is relative and just the relative means from the static position. If you just underline over here, this is the static position of the element, the cloud element. Think this is our website. This orange screen is our website and we have cloud over there. So this is in static. So after giving the relative and left 50 pixels, if you run that code in your website, so it will just move 50 pixels from the left. So relatively from static to left 50 pixels. I hope you understand that. So it just moved and it just gave a gap in its left position 50 pixels. So let's imagine that the cloud and the left border is having 50 pixels. I don't know it's correct or not, but just assume that it is 50 pixels. So if you just say left 50 pixels, it will just give the gap in its left side 50 pixels. Okay, I hope it's clear. Let me erase all the annotations over here. So that's it. This is about the relative, and even let's learn more about that now. So first we'll learn about the positioning. Positioning is also, the very important one in your styling your websites, right? So if I just say, so now we are experimenting with top, bottom, left and right, okay, with the positioning attributes. So first let's bring upon top 50 pixels. So I said it will just give the gap in the top, left, right or bottom you mentioned. So we've just mentioned 50 pixels in the top. So now it should go down, not top. Okay. So it should go down. Let's see if it's good. Yeah, it does go down by 50 pixels. Top is nothing but it doesn't go top. It just gives a space of 50 pixels at the top. That's it. Okay, so now let's move to the next one. That is the same, the position one. We have the cloud over there, same position. Now let's bring up on the next code, that is bottom 50 pixels. So before we've learned about top, now coming to the bottom, it need to go up and giving a space of 50 pixels at the bottom. So it will just go to its normal position now, back to the normal position. So it just came to the normal position right now. That's great. So it just gave 50 pixel space over here. Okay, just assume that it's giving a 50 pixels. I don't know that's the exact measurement or not. Now moving on to the next one. If you see in here, CSS property is of left. So left 50 pixels means it just gives a 50 pixels gap in its left side. So I hope the cloud's left side is this one. So it just moves to the right. Let's see if it does. So yeah, it did move right by giving a space in its left position by 50 pixels. Okay. And now if we just experiment it with right, so now it need to give a 50 pixel space in its right. So it just moves to the left side. With the animations you can get that clearly, or with my sentences you can get that clearly. Both one may work, or both may not work for few people, or anything can work for some people. That's if you can't understand anything, just comment in the comment section. I'll just say you the Discord server link. You can come and ask me the doubt, whatever you want. I'll be available there. And now, if you see the positioning in the relative, when you give the position that is relative and the top 50 pixels. So now what do you think will happen? We have a division over here. Let's imagine that we have a division over here that is dividing this one and this one. Okay. So now I give the position is relative, and the coordinates are the position's coordinates are 50 pixels at the top. So in here it need to give 50 pixels. So by giving 50 pixels, it just moves down and giving a top of 50 pixel space, right? So I hope you understand that. Let's see what happens and what wonders happens now. So let's run the code. Let's execute it. Okay, I hope you are not confused over here. By just giving the position as relative, it only relatively change its position by not touching the other position. If you just imagine your school or your office, anything, if your boss just say to move you to the next cabinet, you won't you won't disturb other person place in that candidate, but occupy some of his space in that cabinet. So that is what is happening over here. So you are just moving into other person's cabinet by just occupying some space and giving him other space. So even that is happening over here, but it doesn't disturb the green circle, but the yellow circle come and intersects it, and just only the yellow circle changes its position by top 50 pixels. That's it. So that is the advantage of relative. You can't know this advantage right now, but when you are dealing with the real websites and designing some more websites, you can just understand the value of the relative positioning. So if you just check the distance over there, that's to the top or to the bottom by leaving some space at the top of 50 pixels. I hope that's clear. And everything was crystal clear. I just explained everything I wanted to show you and I wanted to tell you. So next, let's move on to some more topics. And now I hope we will be going on more into the animations part, because we have to learn more before going into Visual Studio Code and designing there to our website. So yeah, let's learn more. So now guys, here I am at the code pen. So in the code pen, I have done some coding here. The basic one, there's no need to worry about it. Just start with the body tag. Okay, one second. So before going into the code, I want you to introduce about the code pen. So code pen is all about practicing your code and doing rough or you can do whatever you want in code pen. So testing your code and all of that examples you can take to execute them in the code pen. So you can just test your code, run and play a rough thing, doing rough things about your code is the best one, because if you just want to solve a maths problem, you have to have some rough work, right? So before going into our professional website, so we will do some coding stuff and learn about the display and position properties more in CodePen editor. So in the previous animations, I've shown you more about relative position and all those. But I didn't prove you. I did not show you the exact order and exact properties they show in the real websites. So in here, I'm going to show you everything so that you can learn that very easily. So the first thing I have did is started with the body tag. The HTML boilerplate need not be followed accurately. Just start with the body tag and you can just end your body tag over here. Okay. So that is also not compulsory, but you can do that. Okay. Yeah, I've ended my body tag over there. So yeah, first division is about red. So just giving the class red doesn't give me this. You can also see my CSS code over here. I've just given the background color of red and height and width are mentioned over here. And the next thing I did, created 3 divisions and given them 3 different colors with same width and height. So it made them a square type figures. So now let's get started first with a position relative. So let's test with the first position we've learned, that is relative. Now position is relative, right? So we've kept the red block, its position is relative. So the default position which the browser or this CodePen gives is position static. But now we've changed its position to relative. Now what we'll do is just shift its position and check whether it is disturbing the other elements or executing the same properties that is shown in the animations. Okay, now let's say first we have to test that, right? Okay, first let's say top of 50 pixels. Yeah, as you can see over there, it's like a ghost entering into a new body. It did not disturb the blue block but changed its position by giving a space in its top by 50 pixels. So that's relative. So if you want to check more, then give it more padding of left 100 pixels. See, it also moved left by 100 pixels. And if you also want, you can give right by 50 pixels. Okay, 1 second. I think okay, 1 second, let me delete all of this code. Let's say if, yeah, it is back to its normal position. Now let's say right. So what if I give 200 pixels over here in the right? So if I give 200 pixels position over there, so think what will happen. I'll just give you 5 seconds of time. Just think what if I give 200 pixels of right margin, padding. Let's test that over here. It just disappears because see, I don't have animations over here, but I'll just show you with my cursor. So if you'll take a margin of red block over here, it just moved right, got out of the screen, went somewhere by 200 pixels, giving a space in right by 200 pixels. Now if I just delete that, so it will come back to its normal position. So now let's do a thing. Let's learn about inline block, best of both worlds. So in inline block, we'll be learning about bringing all these 3 blocks in a row, changing their positions. So let's say that blue is first and yellow is in the middle and red is in the last, okay, in a line. Now let's delete everything we've did over here. Yeah, so now let's give our display code in CSS. Guys, and one more thing, don't confuse about display and position. Position is all about coordinates and everything, but display is all about the property that the block or element follows in our website. So inline block. Okay, by giving an inline block, it just gives us little bit of margin over there. As you can see, there is no margin between blue and yellow, but there is a like 1 to 2 pixels margin between red and blue, right? Let's copy this code and do it for everything. So yeah, now we got that order. Did we really get that order? I said blue first, yellow in the middle, and red in the last. So just give it a try. Just pause the video and give it a shot so that you can solve it or not. You've seen the animations and you've learned something, right? You've seen them. All the animations were moving. I explained everything point by point, but now you got a chance to prove it. So just edit your code and execute it so that let's see that you could solve it. So let me repeat the order: blue in the first, yellow in the middle, and red in the last. Okay, give it a try, guys. Pause the video. Yeah, I hope it gone well, but let's see if I could do that. So now let's say we want a blue in the last, right? So let's move the blue block. Let's move the blue block first. So I'm giving the position of that block is relative, so that it does not disturb the other red block. So now the blue block need to move a distance of 100 pixels to the left. So that I have to give the right one, right to 100 pixels. Yeah, it did move, and now we have to move the red block to the last and yellow block into the middle. So to move the red block into the last, we have to give the left padding. So if it moves to the left 100 pixels, it comes into the middle. If it moves 200 pixels, it goes into the last. And now the last thing we have, let's say 210 pixels, because it's not accurate. Yeah, 210 pixels, it's accurate. Now we have to bring the yellow block into the middle. Okay, so let's target yellow block now. Let's copy the same code. That's it. By just copying the code, we've got yellow and blue are having the same codes, but red it just changed. Yep, we've got the order. So this challenge was damn easy. If you followed the animations and the concept I gave clearly, then you could also solve that. I hope everyone solved that. 90% of the people solved that. Okay. So by doing this challenge, by completing this session, by completing this code pen session, I hope everyone got a clear picture on position and display properties. But we have more to cover. We have absolute to cover. Everything we have more. I'll cover in the animations, and let's again come to the code pen if it uses in the future. So that's it for this. Let's move on to the next one. So now let's see some animations on absolute. Okay. So I have some matter for you. An element with position absolute is position relative to the nearest position ancestor, a parent element, instead of position relative to the viewport like fixed. However, if an absolute position element has no position ancestors, it uses the document body and moves along with page scrolling. So what is meant by document body? One second. So the document body is nothing but the body you are seeing on the screen. This one. This is the body of this element cloud. And coming to your web page and your elements, the web page is body for your elements. So now let's see more. So I've given a property position and right 50 pixels. So now what do you think? So it may just think margin is over here and give the space in its right over here and moves to its left, but that's not gonna work in absolute. In absolute, the margins of the element is its web page. Okay, the web page is its margins. So according to its margin, it need to give a gap of 50 pixels. So it moves to the exact right in the exact direction. So absolute is nothing but moving in the exact mentioned direction. So right is mentioned over here and it will move right. Let's see. So it does move right. Let me clear all the animations. Good. Let me show you that once again. So absolute is nothing but considering the web page as its borders and moving the element exactly mentioned in the code. So we've mentioned right 50 pixels. So it moves to the right, giving a space of 50 pixels in its left. But okay, let me not differentiate absolute and relative right now, but now let's only learn about absolute. So absolute is nothing but considering web page as its border, moving exactly as mentioned in the code, exactly mentioned in as the direction, the mentioned direction, right, 50 pixels. That's it. So that's it. You have to remember in the absolute. Later I'll differentiate absolute and relative. Now only I'll differentiate after seeing some more examples. So let's say that the border, okay. So the border of the cloud is this one, right? So the border of the cloud is this one. This is nothing but relative. So relative considers only the border which is given to the cloud, whereas the absolute considers the whole web page as its border. Okay, the absolute considers whole web page as its border. Okay. So now let's see some positioning examples, right, left, top and bottom. So first it comes top. So now we are giving a CSS property of top when we are talking about absolute. So top means it moves to the top. That's it. Very simple to remember. So it moves to the top of 50 pixels. So the next thing we have to give is the bottom. So it goes to the bottom to the 50 pixels, and next we are giving left property. So it moves to the left by 50 pixels. And the next property we are going to the right. So it moves to the right of 50 pixels. That's it. So now let's differentiate relative and absolute. So in the relative, what we've discussed is all about, so it acts like a ghost and do not disturb the flow of other element or the position of other element, only changing its position by relative. Okay, it only changes its position. Okay, from it, so it also does not break the flow over here. So blue thinks that there is a ghost of red block over here and it does not go up. So blue stays in its original position. So even the flow is continued over there. But whereas in the absolute, so when you move the red block left 50 pixels, immediately in the code, blue block moves up and immediately yellow block moves up, thinking the blue block will be thinking that there is no ghost of red block or there is no one in the flow, so let's move up and take the top position. So everyone will be aiming for the top position itself, right? So that's why even blue block went to its top position thinking that no one is there on the top. But whereas relative, blue block thought that there was a ghost of red block on the top. So that's why it did not move its position. So it was in the same position, only the red block was moving in the relative, but as well as in the absolute, the flow was break completely and the red block moved left 50 pixels and the blue block, whereas over here, moved to the top, thinking that there is no one in the top, let's occupy the top. And eventually the yellow block also does the same and moves to the top. So that's it for differentiating in relative and absolute. I hope you are clear, and I'll give some links in the description so that you can view more on relative and absolute. So no need of description links also. You can directly go to MDN developer docs and see more examples in there. Okay, even they are providing animations nowadays. Okay, so this is about absolute. And static, we know that it's default given by the web page, but also let's look some of that. Okay, so now let's look at the last position we have to discuss, that is fixed position. So now let's discuss about fixed. So imagine that you are having a random text or some insert text in your website, and you are having an element in your website like this. Okay, imagine that it's like that. And now fixed is nothing but whatever you do, even you just bring up the text like that, scrolling in your website like that and like that, whatever you do. I'm sorry, 1 second. So whatever you do, the position of the image won't be touched and moved. So it will be in the same position as it is. So the best example for this will be nav bar. So nav bar won't be moving anywhere, right? So we can just mention position fixed in the nav bar so that it won't move anywhere and it will be as it is like that. So even when you are scrolling, your nav bar would be visible for the visitors and it would be easier for them to navigate through your website. So that is all about fixed, and that was a simple topic even to cover. So now we've covered each and every basics. I think we've left one or two. If we did not leave anything, that's okay. If we leave anything, I'll just cover in the website or save in the animations like this. So now let's implement something in our website. Sounds interesting, right? So even I'm too interested. So now let's head to our website and implement something in our website so that our website will be more stylish and like in a professional website. We have to create a professional website, right? So it will be in a look in a way of professional website. Okay, so let's head to our VS Code, Visual Studio Code. So now here we are at the Visual Studio Code. So now let's implement some code in here. So first, if you take a brief look at our website, so it's not kind of good and not exactly like Sean Halpin's website, but let's implement some topics we've learned. And first thing I want you to do is first we'll just bring this one to here, or yeah, no problem. First let's fix this issue. Let's fix that cloud and mountain issue over here. And we already learned about font and all those. So first let's fix this cloud, bottom cloud, that is cloud number 2, and the land issue. Let's bring this out of the flow. So first I want you to do is go to the body, and now in here I want you to do like a text align. So in here we'll get ready-made text align, that is center. Now save this file. So everything is in the center, but if you see the mountain, it's not in the center because the cloud is disturbing the flow. So let's break the flow over there. So you remember, to break the flow we need absolute positioning. So let's target this cloud number 2. Where's that cloud number? Yeah, in here let's go for position, that is absolute. Save that and let's see if it works. Yeah, it kind of works, but the thing is we are not having sufficient space. So now what we'll do is just let's increase the padding at the top so that it moves to the down and everything comes to down. Okay. So otherwise, let's see this. 1 second. Let's inspect this one time because I want to check with the mountain. The mountain thing, margin, border, padding is nothing, and if you also check the cloud too, position is over here, and padding is nothing. Image pixel size are there. Okay, if you just check with the land, margin is nothing, border is nothing, everything is 0. So let's change that also because we have to bring that down of some pixels. And yeah, let's bring that down. Land. First, let's target land. Okay. Okay, we don't have land in here. We have to target it. We are targeting it for the first time. So we are targeting land, and in land, let's say the first let's mention the position, or okay, first let's mention the position, that is position equal to relative. Let's see if it does brings any changes or it's the same. It is the same. It is the same. Now let's bring it down. Okay, let's bring it down. So keeping in the position relative, it does not disturb the other elements flow, right? That's why I kept that. And padding to the top, let's give it some 50 pixels and just test that. Yeah, I did move down, but not that much. Let's move it further. Let's keep it of 100 pixels, and let's do that once more. Yeah, I hope that's great, and everything is fine over here. If you take a look, everything is fine. And now the second thing we want to do is to disturb the first cloud. Disturb means we have to change that position, right? So even for the first cloud, we have to change its position. So for changing position in here also, we have to break the flow. We have to bring this to the top, this one, this we have to break that flow and bring it over here. It will be like that. Okay, it will be like that. So to break the flow, we have to again use cloud 1. I mean position absolute, position absolute, position absolute. Save that. So yeah, after keeping a position absolute, again we went to the top because there is no padding at the top. So let's give some padding at the top. So do we have to target top container or the body? Okay, first let's target top container and let's see. So margin top is of 0 pixels. Let's change it to 100 pixels. Okay, and let's test first. Afterwards we'll see what happens. Nothing happens. Okay, we have to change it in the board, or this one. Oh man. So yeah, it remains the same. So for first let's change it over here. Okay, padding top. Wait, let's copy this padding and let's paste it over here. Padding top, that is let's say 50 pixels. Okay, yeah, it did move 50 pixels by targeting top container. Now let's move it down further so it look good. So yeah, it is actually how we wanted it to be. And the next thing I want you to worry about is the cloud. So the cloud is disturbing our name. So we have to bring it like over here. So exactly like in the Sean Halpin's website. So like over here we have to bring it. So to get it over there, you can see the position is absolute, right? So if the position is absolute, what we have to do, like just moving it to the right, as I mentioned in the animations with the same cloud, we just have to move it right to the 50 pixels, or let's see, cloud 1, right? So yeah, the padding to the right, padding to the right need to be 50 pixels. So after giving it a position of relative, let's see if it works. Okay, I think we should not give padding, we should just mention right, as I mentioned in the animations. Yeah, it did move by 50 pixels, but it's too far. Okay, 1 second. Let's keep it to 30 pixels. Let's see if 30 pixels work. Oh, 1 second. Yep, 30 pixels did work, but another thing I want you to worry about is this one. So let's move it. Okay, this one. Why isn't it moving? So even if I touch this is moving. 1 second. Let's see that if the cloud and the land is in one block. Let's inspect that first. I'm doubting that these both are in one block. Yeah, those both are in one block. So we can't do anything because we've set the top container uh, position to relative, or land position to relative. So okay, if we see the land one, it's even taking the cloud one also, right? Let's move it down further. We can see that clearly. This is division, this is land. You can see that over there. Even we have some little difference, but if we try to take that, it will go for land itself. Yeah, even in this division, the land picture is coming to drag. So the land is occupying whole the cloud space also, but no problem. I think we are done with the top container. The only thing we lag in the top container is all about navigation bar. So in here we don't have navigation bar. So if we had navigation bar, this won't look empty. So if you see in the Sean Halpin's website, so as you can see, a work, about, contact, everything in the top is navigation bar. So you can navigate through the website through the navigation bar. So as I told you in the previous animation that we'll be having a fixed position where navigation bar won't be moving. So this is the perfect example I could show you. See, the nav bar isn't moving even even with a 1 pixel also, it's not moving, right? In our website it's not that stylish and professional, but we will make it stylish and professional. Even in this website I will show you how to insert navigation bar at the end, because it includes bringing bootstrap into play, and navigation bar even includes some javascript, and everything will be there in navigation bar. So don't worry, we'll do it at the end. We'll even fill this thing at the top. And the next thing I want you to worry about, so let's even bring this a little bit front so that it will be cute. The line should be like that, or like that. Let's bring that cloud 1, right, 300 pixels. Okay, I thought it was 30 pixels. Okay, 250. So it's moving right. We have to give it to more further to move right. To move right. So I said wrong. To move right. We have to move right, not to the left. We have to move right. So to move right. Okay, we'll increase. We'll increase. We'll increase that. 50 pixels will increase. I hope there is more cuter because compared to previous one. Yeah, and the next one we have to bother about the second division and the third division. So this is more perfect looking like Sean Halpin's website. But the second section and third section, those both are empty. We did not fill anything except 2 green and blue blocks. Looks like it's in under service. So yeah, let's fill that also. And okay, let's fill that also. So in here I've just did a minor change that I'll show you. Just in the land section, the mountain section, I've just edited in the padding top, that is 100 pixels to 200 pixels. Just you also change that. I'm sorry guys. And next thing I want you to do is we have to fill this red and blue, right? To fill that, eventually I will give you a code, a stub code, so that you can just insert it over here, because it will take some more time, a longer time to write all those. But those are not complex. I did not mention anything complex in that. Only paragraphs, pictures, divisions, horizontal rows, and everything like that will be there. Okay, only paragraphs, matters, pictures will be there. That's it. No complex things or no animations or no type of graphics will be there. Only paragraph, image, horizontal rows, image, etc, etc. Okay, to download that stub code, the link will be given in the description. So yeah, this is the stub code. You can just download that. So yeah, after downloading that, okay, so you'll get a zip folder. Open that stub code. So yeah, here you will get the stub code. So now I want you to do is, so go to your desktop, and in here you can go to your web development, YouTube personal site, that is I've mentioned. So just drag this and paste it in your YouTube personal site. Okay, personal folder, web development. Just let's open that. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. So now I want you to do is open this with the Visual Studio Code which we are using currently. Yeah, so this is the stub code I gave you. So in here I've got the middle container and the contact me section, so that is bottom container. Okay, so the middle container and bottom container. Okay, let's rename that with the bottom container. So rename that, just kept contact me. So yeah, that became bottom container. And now what I want you to do is just go to this code, and now in here just delete that middle container and bottom container. Delete that. and I want you also to do that same in over here. Okay, do same on over here also, so that no colors will be there. So now save that. That should be implemented in our website also. Save that. Yeah, no blue and red one. Yeah. Now let's paste that over here in our code. So now copy everything and paste it in your code. So it will be a longer code, but don't confuse. It's just paragraphs and horizontal rows. That's it. Now middle container, bottom container over here, and living class skill row, and another class skill row. This skills. Okay. Now let's save that. Let's go to our website. Horizontal rows we already gave the design, so don't worry about that. The next thing, hello. Yeah. So this is a welcome message, and this is about you, and this is about your skills. Just write 2 skills, or you can just write 1 skill. And the last one, the bottom container, is all about get in touch. Okay. And the next thing, let's insert some images and all that. So to get your icons ready, in my skills you need 2 icons. So I need 2 icons in my skills. One is of Python and one is of web development. So I am heading to free vector icons, that is Flaticon. Link will be given in the description. So Flaticons will be having 3 million vector icons. So you'll be having access to 3 million vector icons. So in here I'll search of Python. So you got more on Python. So let's see which is the best for me. I think this is the best. 1 second guys, it's loading. In here you can also download it, but it's premium. Oh man, this advertisement. One second, my laptop got hanged. 1 second, so it'll load. Yeah, it came. So you can just download it in PNG, SVG, EPS, PSD, and base64 formats also. But currently it's premium. So what I'll do is just shortcut methods. So just copy the image address. So that's what we need. And now go into your code. Okay, I'm sorry. Go into your code, and in here profile is completed. In the skills, in my skills, the first one image I've given over here. The class will be of Python. The source will be that image address, and the alt will be Python. Okay. So now let's save that and head to our website. It's bigger than I expected. It's so much bigger. Let's just control its width. So we have control over its width, right? So let's target that class Python. Write wherever you want. This is not Python editing. Okay. So this HTML, it's like a rough book. Wherever you want you can write, but the code must be correct. With 200 pixels is enough, right? Let's head to our website and let's see. I think even 100 pixels is more than enough, or 150 pixels. Okay, best giving it 100 pixels because our profile pic will be of 150 pixels. So yeah, Python image is ready to be edited over here. I mean the dragging one, the alternate order need to be there, right? So this over here, and this text, all everything over. See, this text need to be over here, the text need to be over here, the image need to be over here, the editing will be there, don't worry. And the next thing, a web development. So we have to even search for web development icons. Let's search for web development. Okay. I think this would be the best for me. You can choose whatever you want, okay? You can choose whatever you want. So I'll just copy the image address, and in the Visual Studio Code, in the second one, let's say web development, web dev, and source will be of that, and alt will be same. Okay. Yeah, now let's start. I think we have to change its width, because the width will be bigger. Yeah, I told you, right? So we have to change that width. In order to do that, we have to target that. And the width need to be same for the both of the pics. So now, okay, the second image is smaller compared to the first one. Okay, let's keep it to 120 so that both will look normal. Now I think both are looking normal. Okay, so Python and web development pics are here. But if you wonder, there is some paragraphs of lorem ipsum dollar sit amet something. So these a paragraph of lorem ipsum are to fill the blanks of websites. So you have to fill something there, but you forgot to fill. So in place of the paragraph, you can just write this lorem ipsum paragraphs so that it will be considered to none. So you'll be getting remembered that I have to fill something over there. So instead of keeping blank and empty, we'll just fill it with lorem ipsum paragraphs. Okay. So in here, I have to even upload my profile pic. So I'll just upload through my file. Okay, I'll just upload it through my files later. I hope that's it. We've collected these two Favicon, and even if you want some gifs to be in the in your website, okay, we have to even attach a pic before get in touch also. So let's search for some calling like options, contact me options, contact. It's colorful and it's neat. I think this would be the best for me. So let's add image tag over here. Now it will be contact us. And even we have to mention a class for this. Yeah, a class and alt, I hope they are both are same. So let's see if the width and everything is satisfied to our website. Yeah, I hope that will happen. Okay, so let's even control that width to 100 pixels. first let's copy that class. Every time copying class helps you, because copying means not that copying. See, you may get some typos. With some small typos, your whole code will be damaged. Remember this point. That's good. And another thing, everything is in the center, right? I have to change that. I have to get it here, or here, or here, or here, here. Okay, let's get it here. Get in touch. In order to break that, let's again use position of absolute. If we give absolute position, that will be great. So we have to move this left to the left. I hope I am correct. We have to move that to the left. So if we move that to the left in the same horizontal direction, a lorem ipsum dollar russet will get broke. I mean, it will break. Let's see. Let's bring that to the left by 30 pixels. Hmm, 30 pixels. For just 30 pixels, it moved this large. Yeah. What? One second, guys. There is some error. I could get some error. Okay, no problem. For now, better this one. Let's delete this one and save that, and even save that. Yeah, it did disappear. So let it be like that. Here our profile picture is missing. Let's insert that, and that will be completed. Again, we have to even add the background color for both of this. Background color need to be there, and this one, the profile pic need to be there. Okay. So in here we've uploaded everything, but yeah, I have uploaded my profile picture also. That's new, just from my file explorer. So I'll just show it how I did it. In here you can see the hello message in the stop code. So above that you'll find the image tag. So in there you can just paste your file location of your picture or your image address from Google. And remember one more thing, if you are copying the path and pasting over here, you will just get an error like this. See, you'll just get an error like, one second guys. See, when you are pasting the code over here directly, even the inverted commas will come within the code. So when inverted commas will come within the code, you won't recognize that small inverted commas over there. So it will just show that red color over here so that you can understand it. So just delete that inverted commas. So when you just copy the code from your file explorer, you have to delete the inverted commas, and then it will work completely perfectly. Okay. And the next thing I wanted you to know about is, let's head to our Google Chrome browser, and in here if you see, we have uploaded 3 images and some paragraphs, empty paragraphs, but included in stop code. So I wanted you to check this images width and everything. So let's change that width. I've come up with an another idea so that we can change that width even. Python. Yeah, here it is. So we can even use percentages and different measurements will be there to represent over here. So every image will be the same. So if we just enter that, and every image will be the same. 25% of whole website. Okay, 1 second guys. So if I mention like that, it will just go to the 25% of whole website, even considering this and this. So I have to even change that further. Okay, I'll just undo and save that and head back again. Yeah, no problem. And we have to even change this width also. So first, remember one thing, we have to give the class tag over here, and the class will be profile pic. Okay, my profile pic. So instead of giving some spaces, I'll give a colon. So let's target that over here. So is that? So let its width be. See, over here you have so many measurements: percentage, inches, centimeters, em, ex, fr, inches and millimeters. So these all can be executed, and even auto fit content, max content and minimum content are there. So auto means it will just automatically like measures the exact and preferable size for your image. So I want like 100 pixels will be enough for me. Yeah. Okay, 100 pixels is too small. And 200 pixels is too large, but it's okay guys, because okay, let's 1 second. Yeah, this is great. And one more thing I want you to look look here is lorem ipsum dollar. We can't just keep this like that, right? So even we have to change the hello color, and we have to target each and every heading and paragraph tags over here, so that we could change that color and font family even. So first let's see what color what font I gave in the wait, not font. Yeah, h3 tag over here, and even h3 tag over here. For subheadings I gave h3 tag, but for the main headings, for my skills, first heading, okay, only in getting touch the main heading is a h2, but the subheading is a h3. But whereas my skills headings are h3. So first let's target headings of h3. After targeting headings, one thing we have to remember. So first we gave some fonts links, right? Some fonts links were pasted in our code in head tag. See, Google, Apis font family, Sacramento and Ubuntu is there. So each and every heading, and we can change that even. Let's go to our Google fonts. So you can go to Google fonts, and in here you'll find as many headings, I mean as many paragraphs, fonts, and whatever you want. So in here I'm going to select Montserrat. I think this would be best for my headings, like a H3. So I'll select this style. Yeah, this is my link given by Google. Every time we select, it will generate a random link, just so that you don't copy that from my screen. Just follow the same simple steps I have did. So after copying the code, just head to your code and you can just paste that without any issues. Okay, let's save that. Let's see if any changes occurred in our website. No, right? Yeah, we're just importing the code. So whenever it comes to that Montserrat, it will just go through our entire code and it will check whether we have given any Montserrat code in our CSS file or not. So if it triggers an Montserrat font family, then it automatically changes the mentioned tag, like we targeted H3 for Montserrat, right? So it will change the H3 font family to Montserrat. Let me show you. So go to your CSS file and in H3 just okay, I think even there's no need to type. Yeah, Google gives you a ready-made code to paste. If you save that and head back to your website, I think changes need to be done over here. Yeah. In subheadings, the changes are done, but in H2 tag, wherever you see, the changes are not yet done. So we have to go back to Montserrat and we have to select another one. To select another one, to select the best fonts, so you can just learn typography. So typography is nothing but learning about where to do which. Like, see, there are so many millions of fonts to learn about, and you have to see, pasting the exact right code at the right place is very important. So typography is all about that. It will just teach you where to do which one. Like headings, this would be the best, and paragraphs, this would be the best. Coming back to our code, I will just select Montserrat again, but I'll just select the bold one. I think this would be the best. Some light, yeah, I think regular would be the best, and I'll just import the link. Every time you can do this, guys, you can import as many links as you want to your code, but just import them into your head section. I don't know whether it works in the body section. I hope it works, but I don't know really. I did not check that, but you can just check that. So no changes have been done. So now let's target H2. So I've given H2 in the stop code. Yeah. Hello, my skills, lorem and ipsum, everything is changed. The font looks awesome. And one more thing we have to change in here, that is paragraph font. Paragraph font, even it's like the default font is given by the browser. If you just inspect that, let's see the CSS code mentioned over here. The margin is there. Okay, I think okay, they've not given the default code, but I think it's some Calibri. So even if you want, you can learn more about sans serif, and more families are there. So let's go to the MDN reference of the MDN reference of sans serif and all that. So yeah, Georgia serif, sans serif, cursive, and system user interface. So this should be like that, and cursive would be like that, serif is like that, and sans serif is like that. So MDN Developer Docs is again proved it's the best. And many are there, you can just take a reference over here. No need for the link, I think. You can just get it from your editor itself. So now let's target paragraph tag. And now let's say, yeah, font family need to be Ubuntu, right? I think, yeah, we've given Ubuntu before. Yeah, everything has been changed to Ubuntu, and that looks great, guys. So the next thing I want to do, like in hello section, we have to edit that sentence, and in my skills and get in touch also. So in hello section, I think you can skip the video because it takes a longer time. So I am Manikanta, lead and instructor in Helifam and an advanced Python, web developer. So I am Manikanta, an instructor in Helifam and an advanced Python web developer. Yeah, that has been changed successfully. Next thing I want to do is about the, one second, I want to change something. I think there are no typos. Yeah. That's great. That looks great. And next, let's change the font colors, and even the background color not looks good, right? So let's even change the background color first before going into the font color. To choose colors, color hunt will be giving the best templates. So you can choose whatever you want from here. The skin color would be great because we are just introducing about ourselves and about our skills. I think the middle container ends over here, and get in touch will be considered as third container. I think I am right. So let's go to code and let's see. Yeah, middle container ends over here. So for the middle container, we have, yeah, middle container over here, and background color would be this one. Yeah, let's even mention, don't forget to mention hashtag tag over here so that you'll get the color in a box. That gives you a clarification. That really looks odd. Nope, I need something related to green or blue. Okay, let's go for green. Let's try this. I think even that one's not good. So if you want, you can skip all this part because I think it looks boring. Yeah, this looks great. Okay, this looks great. Now the thing is we have to change this hi there font, and we have to change the color, not font, the font color. We have to change the font color according to the headings given. So I think hi there must be H2. Let's see that. 1 second. Yeah, hi there is H2. So for H2, I'll give the color of, let's pick some green, a light green. Oops, this is not even visible in our website. This barely looks. No, we want a font that looks clearly and neatly. I think this is perfect. Yeah, this is perfect, and we have to change even the lorem and ipsum subheadings, the first skill and the second skill. So for the skills, I'll be giving some darker color because that's more important. I think the skills are H3. That's great. And everything is done over here. Okay, even get in touch and contact me comes under the same thing. And LinkedIn, Twitter, website, this is another. Okay, no problem. That's literally not an issue. The next thing I want you to do here is just pause the video, and just if you can do that, you can do that. I mean, if you see the Python symbol and a web development laptop symbol, you see the task is the Python symbol must come over here, and the text which is there over here, and the heading, including heading and text. Let me just 1 second. The heading and text need to come over here so that they'll be in a horizontal plane. So for that, just pause the video and give it a shot. If you can do that. I hope that's literally hard for the beginners, but no problem. Let me solve that issue for you. So the first thing we have to do is that if you observe this, if you take the I'm not having pesticide because it's not working in my website. If you just inspect that hi there, we can definitely say that it's a block that takes the entire width of the page. So it's taking the entire width of the page. So if you want to bring that into another side and that picture in the other side, the width must be reduced, and we have to reduce it by 50% if we can. So the thing is, we have to reduce everything that is situated on your middle container. Am I right? So yeah. everything that's situated on middle container, like every boxes will come. So the thing is that everything will be in a single box. So we don't want that. For Python development we need a box, and for web development we need a box. So for that we can just opt this like we have given skills row for two, Python and web development. Those are divided, but the class is same. Divisions are there, but the class is same. So now we got the clue what to do over here. So we would not touch the hi there and Manikant and all that, but we would just disturb the third division. I think that's third. Yeah, I'll just highlight that. We would just disturb this division and this division. This division and this division. So first let's target skill row. So after targeting skill row, the thing you have to do is, so you have to reduce the width by 50%, right? So the width must be over 50%. So let's see what happens if we do that. So I hope everything is situated in the center will come over here. Let's see if that happens. Yeah, that did happen, because only these two are there like that, right? Only that two we have to change the order. So if you take, I don't have pesticide, but if pesticide is working for you, so you can just inspect that Python symbol. So you can see that the width has been reduced by 50% successfully. You can see that highlighted colors over there. So the thing is, we did a correction and editing in our website, but that correction needs another correction. So the another correction is, look at the alignment all over the website and look at this both alignment. It's to the left side. So we have to even change that also. So for that, if you just remind the margin concept, I don't think that I've taught you about auto. So let me just say you that using developer docs. I hope it comes there. See, the width is in here for 150 pixels, it's like that. And if 20 em, it's like that. And it's 75% compared to whole web page, it's like that. And if it's auto, it will just automatically converts according to the text in here. Okay, so that's all about auto. And we are not targeting width over here. I will target margin. So targeting margin is like, I hope you remember about this cyclic order, right? Like 0 in the top, and you have to come clockwise, and 0 in the right, and 0 in the bottom, and 0 in the left. So there is a clockwise order. But now if you just type one auto, it will just take for 4 sides, okay? And if you write 2, first one will be going for top and bottom, and second one will be going for left and right. Okay, that how it works. So let's refresh the page. So yeah, it again came to the center, but another thing has been changed over here. The width is still 50% compared to the web page. See, the width is exactly 50% to the whole web page. Okay, so now the one more thing we have to do is the completing the challenge. So to complete the challenge, we have to take another look. See, if you can see over here, the text is not aligned properly. Just look at the text itself. The text is not aligned properly. Am I right? So if we just bring that over here, and if we just bring that over here, the text looks odd because everything is center aligned, right? So even we can only change the text direction in this skill row. So we've targeted skill row already. So you can just type this command like text align, that is left to the left, and if you save that, head to your website, refresh that, and everything will be aligned to the left. Okay, so 50% of the task has been completed over here. Getting that Python picture that was over here to here is completed, but the another thing left, that to take that heading and paragraph over here, so that would complete our task. To complete that, we have to learn one more concept, that is float. The animations are in here. So when the float is none, it's the same example as in our website. So let me just zoom that for you. The same example in our website only, right? So if the float is none, it will be like that. If the float is to the left, it will be like this. So everything floats left to the image, and if the float is right, everything floats right to the image. Okay, so that's what I wanted you to take a look on. So you can just type float mdn, or I'll just provide the link in the description. Okay, so next thing, let's apply that float. And before heading to the float, I want you to take a look on one more thing. So even if you see over here, the line height is not there. So even we could change the line height over here. So just type line height, and I'm going to give it of 2 pixels. Okay. Yeah, after giving the line height 2 pixels, 2 pixels, let's head to our website and see if that works. Okay, 1 second. I hope this works. Yeah, 2em works, and that looks good, even cleaner and neater comparing to the previous one. So next thing, the final task, we have to arrange that in a floating way. So we can use float. Before using float, to use float, we shouldn't target the skill row, because both would get the same one, and a float shouldn't be used for a skill row. If you just take a look in a float in here, the float is only considered to image. So float left, image will come to the left. Float right, image will go to the right. Okay, so image is getting disturbed over here, so even we have to disturb the image itself. Target the image and get that text, this text to here. Okay, pause the video and give it a shot. That's very easy. Yeah, I think and I hope that gone well. First, let's target the image. So the first image would be Python. Okay, I'm sorry, 1 second. And in Python, you have to target that. So in here, I'm going to give a float of left. Okay, let's head to our website and see. Yeah, that works properly. And if you notice one more thing, the distance between the image and the paragraph is, it's too close, right? So I'll just inspect that and see what's the mistake. I know that's not a mistake, but according to this one, yeah. So even the space that lorem and ipsum is having, that is even colliding with the Python image, right? we have to change that first of all. So to change that, so you can see the margin that is there top and bottom. One second. So yeah, margin that is there top and bottom, right? So you can see that margin, but there is no margin to the left or to the right. So we have to give a margin that goes to the left so that it does follow some margin. So to do that, we have to target either text or the image. So if we target the text, we have to change for lorem and ipsum and as well as the paragraph. So if you do for the paragraph, whole web page will get disturbed, and if you do for the h2, even this would get disturbed. So the only thing that would get disturbed is the image. So we have to target the image absolutely. So in the image itself, let's give it a margin in margin left or right, margin right. Okay, margin right. So I would give it a margin right of 30 pixels. So let's see that works, or otherwise we could give more gap. So yeah, I think 30 pixels is not enough. Let's give it a bit of 3 em. I think and I hope 3 em works. And one more thing, in my skills, if you inspect that, so it is having a less border in its bottom. So we have to increase the border in its bottom, only targeting my skills. Yeah, can we do that? Yeah, of course we can do that. My skills and get in touch heading tags are same, but their classes can be changed, my friend. So you can just target my class. My skills. Skills. Where is my skills? One second. So the class would be my skills, and let's copy that. So margin bottom we have to target. Margin bottom, so we have to increase it a little bit. So let's say 4 em. Yeah, that looks good. Otherwise 3 em is more better. 3.5 would be good. So yeah, 3.5 looks good, and in the top also it's better to give some more gap because it's not looking good. Once again, margin to the top. Margin to the top would be 2 em. I think that looks good. Yeah, that looks good. And even we could give some gap over here also. We could target the profile pic. Yeah, the profile pic is over here. So margin to the top we could give again 2.5 em. So yeah, that looks good. And one more thing that's left is this one. So this there in this order. So even if this would be the same order, that looks boring. So let's get that image over here, and the text over here. Okay, so to do that, if we again head over to float, See, this is the normal image that is in our website too, right? But if you just give the float right, it automatically goes right and the image floats to it left, right? Let's do that. So to do that, we have to first target the web dev image, web developer. So we have to give the float command, float to the right. Save that and it automatically goes to the right. Yeah, as you can see over here. But another thing we have to do is to see this gap under a Python image. So to do that, we'll just inspect that image. See whether it can disturb the border or not. It can't disturb. Let's see that. Let's see this inspection. I hope this can disturb that the space. So lorem ipsum dollar. Let's head to our Visual Studio Code and see where it is. Yeah, here it is. H3. Let's give the class. Let's give the class web development. Okay. Man, web development is already there in that. Okay, web development 1. So web development 1 is successfully targeted. And then here, let's mention a margin to the top. Margin to the top, it is again, let's say 3.5. Okay, 2 EM would be good. Okay. And one more thing. 3, even 3, that's not. Yep, 4 is looking good. And this is the thing I've wanted to mention, the space over here. So let's disturb the image. Let's go to web developer. Develop image, and in here, margin to the left. Margin to the left would be same, 3 EM. 3 EM. Wait a second. Let's see that if this follows really 3 EM. Because this got a large gap and that got a small gap. Yeah, that follows 3 EM, but this looks odd. So let's change it to 2.5. Okay, 2.5 would be better. Map 2. It's the same, I think. 32. It is reducing, but if you just take the text, inspect that, even it's not taking anything. There is nothing taking. Nope, even it's not taking anything. I think it's the image itself. Image itself is taking. Let's keep it to 1 because it's taking a larger gap. This is good. And the next thing, let's see that paragraphs once again, because I I need to even give the gap between the HR element, horizontal row, and that paragraph. So everything is 1em, 1em, 1em already over here, and font family is Ubuntu. So here the pixels are 16. So okay, what I'll do is we have to target the paragraph, right? So let's give it a class. Let's give it a class. Class. So it would be web developer 2. Okay, web developer 2. I think that okay, web developer 2, and another web developer 2 margin bottom. Would be 3em. Yep, that looks great. And I hope we did not give that much space between my skills, but that looks great. So I think this is exactly the same of Sean Halpin's older website, right? I hope that looks same, because the animations are different, but the layout and wireframe is same. So the next thing we have to target in here, that is get in touch. So I'll be back with this paragraphs and everything. Okay. Regarding everything, okay, I've just filled up Python development and web development, but I want to talk to you about one thing. So taking out the concepts we've learned, I mean, just keep it aside for some time. We've just missed one single concept, that is font width and font size, right? I hope we've already executed it, but in our code. But there's one single issue we are tackling. That is, see, the font size is not appropriate according to the headings, and H3, H1 tags will give their automatic font size. But when you compare this to our Sean Halpin's website, so yeah, I have that website over here. So when you compare that with Sean Halpin's website, see even the font over here is larger compared to the backend developer. So but compared to in our website, the font is not that bigger, right? Let's do one thing. Let's increase the font size of Manikanta. So to increase that, I think we have to search for that. So yeah, I think it's H1. So the entire page font size, okay, H1 is over here. So previously we've gave it a 59 pixel, but now I'm gonna give it 4em. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, let's give it of 6. Okay, that's larger. 4.5 would be great. Yeah, 4.5 looks great. And one more thing we have to change in our website, that is get in touch font. This font, like I think this is my skills heading tag only, H2, I think so, H2. So we can't target H2 just for only get in touch, but we can target get in touch by class. You can just give it that H2 as class, that is get. The class is get. Okay, that's not a command. get, and in here I'm going to mention the font size. That is large. Let's test large. Then it shrinked. It did not become large. Okay, let's mention the dimensions. Man, 4 EM is not that good. It's too big. Yeah, 3 EM is great. In the next thing, I wanna have a chart with me, and we have to give some space below contact me. So to do that, let's go to our code and let's see where the contact me is there over here. So contact me is a button. I hope I didn't say you anything about button. Okay. First, I want you to do that. Highlight that. Highlight that and go to references. Okay. References are not there. Ready made over here. Okay, let's button developer docs, MD and developer docs. So there is a button, actually a hover type button, but we have only anchor tag over here. So we'll generate a button. So before generating a button, let's give that space. This is what the button looks like. The class is already mentioned over here. Okay, 1 second. So margin bottom would be 3 REM. It's not executing. 1 second. Let's test that again. Well, let's inspect that. It is showing that it's having, but it's not. Okay, I think button would not have any margin, but let's give a padding. A border? No, let's give it a padding. Padding top. Let's give it that. Padding bottom, okay? Padding bottom. Okay. So padding bottom 3 REM. Let's show that. That's not working. If we click that, it's working. Padding bottom is not working. Yeah, it's executed over here, but it's not working. So yeah, the padding gone over there, and my auto is there, right? 1 second. Margin 00000. Color text direction, padding bottom 3 pixels. 3 REM. 3 REM. Okay, 3 EM I want to do. I hope this doesn't correct our issue. I know that because our padding is going there. Let's do one thing. Let's first create the button. So in order to create the button, you can go to button generator. So it gives a button for you. So you can select the type of the button you need, and you can even set that color. We have to change the color, right? So it's even having gradient, so keeping this color would not be a problem for me. So get the code. You have to change the class. Okay, you have to change the class. And class my, okay, href. So it's giving a ready-made button for us, even with the class and that also. Okay, let's delete that. Okay, let's delete this first. And now let's bring that code to be pasted in HTML document. So after getting that, this mail to just shows you a page that's that will mail someone. Okay, so it's a command that says that go to the mail page, and you can just mention the email over here so that it directly takes the to address, and from address and your message you have to type over there. Okay, so in the CSS you can just copy the code that is generated over there. And now let's check that in our website. Yep, that looks great. And the next thing I wanted to do over here is the giving the space over here. So we have to give that button some space, but that's not working. Okay, let's the class has been changed. The class is my button. Let's test that again. So you can type wherever you want. There is no order in it. Nope, that's not. Yep, that is working. That is working, guys. But we have to give it more and more. Let's give it 300 and check if it's working correctly or not. Nope, 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 that is not working. Adding is given, and it only takes the border is not there and margin is not there. So if you take a look at this, only this is there, and if you take a look at this, nope, and nope, and nope. Which division is this? Yeah, we can give that space in the division itself, I think. Yeah, helifam is like that, and I think we can just leave it like that because I have no issues if it's like this. Let's delete this reaching out, and let's change that color. Changing that color is the color is also good. I hope it's bad, but that's okay. I don't have that interest to change that color. If you want, you can change. And one more thing I want you to learn about. Just I'll change the background color and I'll just teach you that. So in the middle container, we've given some background color. I have to copy that and paste it somewhere else. I hope that's bottom container where I have to paste. Yep, that's bottom container. So that color would not be differentiating over there. Yeah, everything is in same color. We did not get the exact one like Sean Halpin's. No problem. So I don't, I mean, I'm not getting that spacing over here. But that's okay, no problem. I have no issues about that. So over here, one more thing I have to say. See, the anchor tag is like underlining and the color is not good. Even the font is not good over there. So we could just change that. We could just do that with so first I want you to target about anchor tags. So targeting all anchor tags, I think that disturbs nothing. Yeah, that only disturbs that 3. That's good for us even. So first I need you to change the color. Color would be, I have a pre-written color for that. 11999E. The color has been changed successfully, but one more thing we have to change. One second, guys. We have. I hope that. Yeah, we could give margin to LinkedIn, Twitter, or website. We could give that margin over here. It's like say margin 10 pixels top and bottom. 10 pixels top and bottom. 20 pixels left and right. Okay, that did change something. I think even we got some top and bottom margin also. Where we're not getting top and bottom margin, man. Oh, I got top and bottom margin. Let's give it 100 pixels. Let's give that. That worked successfully. But one more thing, even okay, that's not showing over here. But if you take a look, even this is having a margin of about top and bottom. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, until now, which is inside the button. So the button does nothing. So now I got it. Okay. So the button does nothing. The anchor tag which is in there, that does something. So we are targeting anchor tag, right? So that's why it gave a margin of that long. Okay, let's change that. So margin top is not good. Margin top would be just 50 pixels. That would be great. Okay, 1 second. Let's keep it like that. Save that. And let's change the anchor tag class over here. Class my button. Okay. In here, let's give a class. Okay, we have a class over here. Footer link. Footer link. Let's target that class once. Footer link. So in footer link, let's again mention the margins. Margin, that is 10 pixels top and bottom, 20 pixels left and right. So I hope that won't change anything. That did not change anything. Yeah, now we got that. And now in anchor tag we can happily edit that. Yeah, in anchor tag we can happily edit it. So margin top would be enough with 50 pixels. 50 pixels, and margin to the right would be okay, 20 pixels, that's okay. And margin to the bottom would be 75 pixels, and margin to the left 20 pixels again. Okay, let's keep it auto, so it will take whatever it wants. Auto. Let's refresh that. Yep, that's looking good. And yeah, one more thing I want you to worry about is even the 75 pixels of top is not looking good. Okay. 50 pixels on the top, I think. Yeah, 50 pixels on the top. Let's further reduce it. The maybe 30 pixels. Yeah, that's looking great, and that's okay. And margin to the bottom. Okay, let's target LinkedIn this one. Margin to the bottom is also 10 pixels. Let's further increase it because we want a gap between our Helifam and this LinkedIn. Margin to the bottom and margin to the top, let's increase it with, okay, let's keep it as cyclic order. Margin to the top would be 10 pixels, and margin to the left right, margin to the right would be auto, and margin to the bottom, yeah, bottom we have to change. Let's keep it 20 pixels, and again auto over here to the left. Let's test that. Okay, 1 second. If we just see that, and if we just change that also, and if we just go back and let's test that, yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, that's looking great. And one more thing, we have to remove that underline. We have to also change that font. So to do that, footer link. Yeah, footer link. Let's copy the font family. Where is the font family? The font need to be changed over here. The second step. Font is changed, And one more thing you should learn about this, that is text decoration. So the default text decoration would be underlining, but let's keep it to none. So now anchor tags underlines like in past 19th century websites will be disappeared. That's it. And the next thing, helifam. In the helifam, black color is not looking good. So for that, it's a paragraph again. Class helifam, and copying this. So you could just even write with basic colors. You could just write basic colors. Oops. Okay. I just want to go to color hunt. Let's go with blue patterns. Blue patterns. In blue patterns, we have to check and we have to change. Okay. So in blue patterns, okay, we shouldn't change the color, but we have to change that bottom container's color. Let's see where is that bottom container. Bottom container. And next thing over here, yeah, that looks great. That looks great. And one more thing, this styling over here, that is not good. That is not good. And now we have to change this one. So if we also change that, I think we don't have a margin to the top over here. Margin to the top. Margin to the top need to be changed. Okay. Okay. Margin to the top. Margin to the top. Footer link. Margin to the top. Let's give it some 40 pixels. Nope. Okay, no problem. I think we are mistaking somewhere. I think it's just confusing between the anchor tag and footer link. I hope that's the mistake over here. Okay. Okay, no problem. Let's again change the bottom container color. It's F4, F4, F4. Yeah, let's say that. Let's test that. That's gonna work. Yep, and guys, we can proudly say that our professional portfolio has been completed. I hope you are thinking why professional and what professional. So for beginners, it's really professional. Okay, you can just compare the normal previous website we've done with, I mean HTML, pure HTML, but you can compare that with this. Looks, I mean, lot of differences would be there. You could recognize a lot of differences. And one more thing, I have to change that helifam. Don't worry, that's not gonna take a longer time. That's easy. So margin bottom is 16. We have to change that margin bottom equal to 0. That's it. That's it. Margin to the bottom would be 0%. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Okay. And our website is successfully completed and everything looks good, right? Okay. So that's it for CSS part 2.1. Here we'll be ending learning about HTML CSS. So in the next lecture, where we'll be learning about building websites is done, guys. So we'll be learning about adding behavior to websites. So if you see in the Sean Halpin's website, so he added some behaviors to the website where the website could behave on its own by the code we've written. So see that pencil and Photoshop pictures are moving, and this phone is moving. Yeah, phone and tab and even eyes there over here. It's behaving, right? Yeah, Photoshop again. So it's behaving, and if you click work, it'll head to one more page. Even there's a 404 not file page, but it's a page. So even notes, it's a page, right? So this is meant by adding behavior to websites. So from next video, I'll be releasing videos on JavaScript tutorials. So each video will be having some JavaScript tutorials, so the concepts with animations and graphics. So don't worry. So that's it. Meet you in the next lecture.